Good afternoon, I'm Daniel Miller and this is Destiny Academy. A warm welcome to all of our friends, fans, community members, participants and viewers worldwide on various platforms. Thank you for joining us and thank you for being our valued community members yet again today for one of the last beta tests that I'm running here on my channel. We are going to have two more, tomorrow and on Sunday, and then from next week we'll start with a full schedule. So that is indeed something looking forward to. It will be very, very enjoyable for us to be able to get back to the regular schedule and the regular system. But this was just a test. We were trying to find out whether everything worked on two different platforms, on Xbox and PlayStation, whether the overlays were fully functional, whether the sound was properly recorded. And I've got to say, I did have a serious problem with the audio here and also on Xbox. It's interesting that yesterday we've had a joint stream, which was obviously part of this beta test, and the sound on Destiny 1 was perfect. It was just as it should be. I listened to it afterwards, it was just bang on. Yet on Destiny 2 there was a problem. The voice was just like weird, it just didn't sound like myself. So it just seemed to be also amplifying the sound sometimes from as we were progressing with the game. So it's really odd. I had to readjust the settings. We'll test it today later in the stream to find out whether it's exactly the same, because obviously we'll have the same settings on Destiny 1 and on Destiny 2, but ever since they worked on that Twitch update, things have been really uprooted and we are really seriously hampered. Everyone who's streaming on consoles had said this, and I've seen it on Reddit, Discord and all other platforms. Anyway, I talked about that quite a lot during our betas, and I'm not going to be going on about this anymore because we're clear about what the limitations are. Obviously I would invest in capture card and additional equipment if I thought it was going to be resolving the problem, but I had some news from other people who indicated this was a wasted investment. It's all down to the app, and I think I believe them. So anyway, we'll do what we can, and what is essential is, because there isn't a camera here, we don't have video calls or again, for video hookups. It's all about the content, it's all about what we talk about. It's two things. One is what I talk about here as a broadcaster, and other participants once they come in here to the, as you've seen yesterday with Sekapupu, for instance, and also what people write, because chat is a very, very pertinent, very vibrant, very potent part of the stream. And certainly as the channel is progressing down the route of supporting charities and I guess streamlining what we've been doing here altogether from the very beginning, we are going to have a lot more conversation through the chat. So it's monitored, we have moderators who are more being said, and generally we are going to have a very, very compact system that will help us to promote our ideas, connect with other people, and most importantly get fully involved with these very important issues. On one hand, bringing the new community members into the arena here, meeting other like-minded souls from around the world who are gaming, who are basically part of our greater global community of gamers, and also through doing so raising certain important issues which are affecting various members of our community, and paying attention to those people who are more vulnerable. And that is what I've been doing here on this channel right from the start. So today, or as from today, or I should say as from this month, we are going to have it a bit more pronounced, a bit more streamlined, a bit more labelled, with the charitable fundraising campaigns attached, and other people coming in way, rather than just providing a support forum for anyone who popped in. Lots of news to tell you today. I have a lot to talk about, and in fact we were to launch the stream at 1300 hours sharp, but I had some information coming from Mind, the charity I'm presently supporting and doing the fundraising campaign for. So the interesting elements of the communication were linked with all that still can be done in order to be improving the charitable fundraising for the charity. And they've sent me what I quite liked is an invitation to get basically various rewards packs. So people who are going to be contributing and becoming our donors, basically the donors for Mind, will be then getting these rewards as we reach certain milestones. I mean, I have to see first, once the pack arrives, how many I'm getting, and you know what really is in the pack, because that's not been stated. I know that I'm getting one very nice t-shirt, but I think t-shirts are a very good present for people who are donating. I'll ask the charity to supply maybe a selection which will be issued to the people who are contributing financially, and of course helping us to reach the milestone, or the milestones I should say, that 10 milestones within that range. And I also told the lady the executive from the charity that we are looking at the new system that's here in Tiltify, not here but through Tiltify, that is giving us the opportunity to, for every single milestone, for us to be launching like a quiz and poll, and then connect that with a separate community-based event. So I think that's very, very interactive and very interesting and very motivating for people to contribute. Obviously doing betas is a bit of putting for many participants, because they'll see that beta is just, you know, like a test, and many people just have a look and then disappear. But once we get our regular streams and the schedule up and running as from next week, then obviously you will see the difference. And the idea is to be streaming Destiny 1 and 2, part of one big Destiny universe, to be fully aligned with what Bungie had been doing over the last 10 years almost. It's the 9th year expiring shortly, and really to have fun, to share the views, to talk, to connect with other friends and fans and newbies who will be joining us, and also particularly with our regular veterans and community members who will obviously come back in order to participate. So, you know, a lot to look forward to. Very encouraged by the news that I received from the charity. They obviously are paying a lot of attention to the profile I raised so far, and they're offering sets and resources for the stream to be more successful. They're quite specifically presenting some information which is charity related, all to do with the Mind Charity UK, and there are some nice overlays and some nice screenshots and photographs, and I need to explore the pack first, which is what I will do today and over the weekend, and we'll then decide how to integrate that with regular streams. I think the benefit of doing it on a PC is that it's much easier to be inserting photographs and having like a slideshow and that sort of thing. I think I'm a bit more restricted here with what I've got, but I'll try to see whether I can get some of that going from a and then maybe we can do this virtually through the system that these OLS provide. I need to look into this. I really would like to be giving you a lot more information about it, but we are going to be certainly incorporating what's been sent. And I said to the lady that all this so far has been just a beta test, but then as from next week, about full system up and running. And to say that the overall communication is of course done here on Twitch through the live streams, but we also have Instagram and Facebook and Twitter and Discord, Reddit, and these are also the platforms where other participants can communicate with our community members and others, obviously the global community, at any time. So if you have any issues which you picked up on as we do live streams, or you have anything which is of great interest, just type a message at night when the stream's not live, and you'll get responses from myself first, and then obviously from everyone else. And sometimes there are lots of responses, particularly if, for instance, you were to talk about Diablo 4, or as we are going to be in a second, if you are to talk about the Summer Game launched live yesterday, then obviously you're probably just watching whether everything is as audible as it should be. Sandman, can you actually tell me whether you can hear me? Because for a moment I thought that the sound was not on, and obviously I'm talking. Can you hear me? Right? Just type yes or no, please, because I've had a problem on the stream a few days ago where the sound wasn't recorded, and I'm really worried that this is all to do with the Twitch app. Otherwise I have no knowledge what could have caused it, because Sandman tells me that everything is audible, so that's great. I mean, generally, I'll always test, right at the beginning to see that everything. It's a bit like the sword of Damocles above my head, knowing that sometimes the app will cause us problems, and the streams, when recorded, have constant stoppages, which is absolutely enraging, and there's never been a problem before, and it's all to do with this stupid update, which. Anyway, coming back to the things I was saying earlier, if somebody was to talk, or somebody wants to ask questions about the Game Fest, which was yesterday, delivered live, and Jeff Keighley and his team, excuse me, they've done a wonderful job of presentations. The YouTube Theatre in Los Angeles, right? So they in fact had substituted the usual event, which was the E3, and I certainly had thoroughly enjoyed all that's been seen, many different bits of news that came our way, together with presentations and live guests. I'll tell you all about this very shortly. I've got a list in here, it's all written up. There's a lot of community content today, because obviously the Game Fest is one of the biggest events, with the Game Awards and various presentations coming from Microsoft and Sony. So very interested and very excited to see some of those yesterday. Watched it live, and there was almost too much to take on board. So we'll have, right at the beginning, a bit of community interaction with the news and introduction, and I'll give you some information about the Game Fest. I know that lots of our friends who are in different time zones watch my streams at their own leisure. They'll access the information, and they'll watch information at some other time. So I'll go through the detailed description of what we've seen yesterday, as I know that at least there is a number of those people who are relying on my news on Twitter, and generally on what is being introduced as a kind of as a guide in terms of what is to be expected, and looking forward to what games may be of interest to them, etc. So it's always very important to highlight the most important parts of such events. We have quite a selection, I've got to say, not just with the event yesterday. The Game Fest had the major presentation, which was the opening night, done by Jeff Keighley, but there are other developers and publishers presenting in the course of the next 4 or 5 days. Most notably, we have two of my favorite studios or entities, one which is Xbox Studios, and then Ubisoft doing it, if I'm not mistaken, on Monday. So Microsoft will have their presentation at 6 o'clock PM on Sunday, and then I need to double check the time for Ubisoft. And you also have mini sessions coming from various indie developers and other publishers, so it's definitely worth keeping an eye on the list. I'll publish the list on Instagram for everyone to have a look at the timetable and presentations. So pick and choose. Remember, you don't have to watch it live if you're busy at any other time, which is obviously the only difference is you won't be able to interact with an audience through Twitter or chat at the time where the whole show is delivered. And that's very important with these events, as you will have people there who are watching the chat and then responding immediately to the participants. And the questions are obviously ultra hot and they're related to what someone's seen, like the trailers yesterday, and obviously it brings the community together. We get a very vibrant discussion, and everybody is then very, very happy in the end. Nevertheless, for anyone who can't be watching it live, they can simply access it to the playback and then send messages to the publisher or developer, and they'll obviously get some answers, or indeed just step in, talk to others on Reddit in particular, where there's a very big community of very mature, very serious gamers with really serious thoughts about what's going on, no nonsense, and you'll get an avalanche of responses. I was very surprised because I asked a few questions recently about Apex Legends and the seasons, and I had so many responses. People were coming in immediately with their thoughts, and sometimes in depth, almost like an essay-styled responses, which I really appreciate. So Reddit I've not used much for the channel, but we'll have it as a very important part of our community. And I think if anyone wants to be extracted from getting unwanted postings and Twitter and Facebook, they began inserting postings which are not wanted, which you have not selected. So not just, you're not getting just the news from news feeds, but everything else comes in, which algorithm apparently is detecting as something that will be possibly of your interest. And that's extremely annoying. It really interferes with the selection for people like myself, because I've got a selection of different types of hubs that I follow, to get the news and everything else, and that then is completely distorted by all these other things coming in. And just bear with me a second. And that really then causes problems with the daily maintenance. And when you pick up the news and you want to do podcasts or anything else, certainly not something I look forward to. And therefore, it is essential that that discussion is being held through Reddit, because you will have all the responses coming through a thread. It could be attached to any of the channels there, or indeed to some of the big ones like Twitch, YouTube, or Microsoft, and you'll get many other people participating. So it's definitely worth a check. Right, so going back to what I said, several things to be said. First of all, we'll be talking a bit about the event yesterday. So first of all, I'd like to know whether people watched it, because we've had a wonderful presentation and Jeff Keighley was bringing in some very special guests. Surprise was seeing Nicolas Cage, who you will know. He's obviously one of those Hollywood legends, and he is in Dead by Daylight. So that was a big surprise. Nobody expected either him or his presence to be included in the game, let alone him being there to talk to everyone. So that was really very, very interesting. It was very similar to what Keighley did a couple of years ago with Keanu Reeves and Cyberpunk, as nobody knew anything about his inclusion in the game, and then suddenly he was there in flesh and talked to everyone, and it was just like really, really, really exciting, and it was a huge ovation. And Reeves actually said that the reception he had received at that event was like more charming, bigger, and more incredible than anything else he had experienced on the red carpet or throughout his entire career. So just think about it. I mean, Keanu Reeves is just a Hollywood superstar. He's been in so many films over the years, and he's been attending Academy Awards and all other events. And what he had experienced there for the first time ever in his life, participating in a video game I should say, and being involved with the group of avid, dedicated gamers, was just out of his world. He just couldn't believe the energy, the excitement, the positivity, and everything else. I think Cage felt pretty much similar yesterday, and he was recently in a film called Renfield, which is a very, very strange horror film, and it's a take on Dracula, but just placed in a sort of modern present-day environment. I didn't really find it to be particularly entertaining. There were some elements that I found of interest, but anyway, he was referring in his speech yesterday to the film and to the fact that he kind of loves horror genre. He has some members of the family who play these sort of games, and there was one member of his family that kind of dragooned him into Dead by Daylight just to have a look, and then once he received the offer, he said he was taking literally 10 seconds to decide. He was immediately in. So watch this space. I mean, watch that space for Dead by Daylight, and then I'll just tell you a bit more about all the other things we've had. Other people who visited, most notably the chap, the executive that presented Alan Wake, and Alan Wake has been in the making for quite some time, and I think we are really very, very excited about what we see, because the chap who came yesterday, he also brought some gameplay together with the trailer. The trailer's been out already for about a week. I've seen it on Xbox, and very, very excited. You know what? If you are a fan of the films like Silence, there is this element of it, because you've got this going to that town and trying to find out what on earth is going on with the bizarre kind of activity. It's a bit like Silence of the Lambs meeting Silent Hill. You know, that's the impression I had from the gameplay and the trailer. Also, he introduced some bits of the story. I'm not going to tell you anything about it. There's no spoilers. So, you know, definitely very interesting. And Keighley asked him a few questions, and he said, well, you know, once you play the game, you'll find out. And it's definitely for me, one of the highlights of the presentation. So, for instance, they kicked off with Prince of Persia. Don't know whether you guys played Prince of Persia in the past on PC or Xbox 360 or even on PlayStation, and it looked like a really, really good trailer. It will be released on January the 18th of 2024, so still a bit, you know, a bit more time to go. Anyone who's a fan of Prince of Persia or somebody who played Lara Croft games, Tomb Raider, you will be very excited. It looked very polished. It's a Ubisoft original, which means Ubisoft had developed it, and it did remind me of some of the other Ubisoft games of the same type. It looked like the a part of it's not the Phoenix Rising, it's Phoenix the game, where the same sort of animation, it just has the same sort of aura, and really like it. Just seemed very, very engaging and funny, and beautiful graphics. You know, if you have obviously Xbox Series S or any other console like a PlayStation 5, it looked just absolutely out of this world. Obviously very different to the old Prince of Persia if you play it on PC, and bringing in all different types of elements, which will be exciting for everyone. The biggest hype, together with Alan Wake, was about Mortal Kombat, and it's called Mortal Kombat 1. And they also had one of the top guys presenting the game and bringing in some gameplay and trailers, and he said that they kind of reworked the entire narrative. So this is like new universe, new characters, a new timeline, and everyone will be able to step in for the campaign and for separate matches and multiplayer. I like Mortal Kombat, but I've got to say I find the brutality of the game to be over the top. It's certainly not for my taste, and I know that people have a lot of fun doing the fights and all sorts, and I remember doing it in the old days on the PC. It was, you know, very different. The violence and gore were toned down, but what I've seen yesterday was just it's a bit hair-raising, and obviously altogether very unreal and very gory and very fantasy style, but it was just the excessive violence which kind of puts me off from playing the game altogether. And there are certain elements of realism. You know, obviously these characters are almost like taken out of some sort of mythology, and there are layers behind them. The violence that I've seen, also not in but also in the last Mortal Kombat, was sort of a bit unsettling. Don't know whether other people share the same view. I find that to be completely unnecessary, because the game is very enjoyable and it's beautiful graphics. What's interesting is they start fighting in a pub or some sort of guest house, and then you have all these other people behind them who are sort of surprised and what's going on, and we've not seen that in the other one. So it just, you know, just seemed really but in any case, Mortal Kombat will be out in September. September the 19th is the day of its release. Another big one, which will be of huge interest to Diablo fans and everybody who's involved with the RPG series like Elder Scrolls, it's Path of Exile 2. So you know that Path of Exile has been around for quite some time, and people sort of play it on the it's called this, or can't remember exactly what it's called, where similar to Minecraft, you play like hundreds of hours and you must not die. If you die, you have to start from the beginning. So that's very exciting and very attractive for certain people who are very interested in that type of survival mode. I'm not one of them, I've got to tell you. I mean, I love playing Resident Evil, but Resident Evil 1, probably the most difficult in the series, and I had to be replaying certain missions, which is definitely not my style. I like high quality content, I like lots of activity, plenty of dialogue. Constantly dying and constantly replaying the same thing is not my thing. But you know, if you want it, you can choose it. Otherwise, you have all the other options through which you can play just like everyone else. You save, you progress forward, and in fact, I watched this mini documentary about two guys. One was doing Minecraft, the other one Path of Exile, and they played like for 2 years without dying, and then suddenly they died, and it caused them such emotional distress. They were literally in the need after that, and I thought, hang on a minute, that's just taking it too far for my liking. Anyway, we had Street Fighter, collab between two different games. Street Fighter, obviously a very, very popular fighting game. Exoprimal, a very popular dinosaurs, sort of the you know, Jurassic Park style title, and we're gonna have this game out in July the 14th, and we're gonna have it on Xbox Game Pass day one. So it means that anyone like myself who is part of that online Ultimate subscription community, you'll be able to play it literally preload and everything, which is absolutely terrific. There's been lots of debate about that sort of service, but I'm absolutely 100% behind it, because A, it helps me to check out the games really fast. You know, if you have games coming in on the cloud, and every one of the games on Game Pass can be accessed on the cloud, so I can just double check. No, I'm actually stand corrected. There are some games that are PC only, and they have to be also downloaded, but the vast majority accessible through cloud, either via your console or your phone, and it makes it so easy to get the flavor of that game. And I've got to say, I did discover a great number of titles that I've never heard of, and that really grabbed me. It's like really interesting games, and some of them I played, others I bought. I waited obviously for the price to drop, because once they are being taken off the server, once they're departing from the Ultimate, or I should say the Game Pass, then you can get them on a greatly discounted price for about a week or 10 days. So just remember, as a policy, if you like the game on the Game Pass, you want to keep it, make sure you wait, or you can actually ping them a message and ask them specifically what is the departure date, and then you wait for that week, which is coinciding with the game's departure, and you can get it on a greatly discounted price. So I bought actually quite a few like this, and you know, it's been a very good experience. So I told you about Nick Cage. I thought this was a really good presentation, and because they saw him first up there on stage, and then there was this clip, you know, a bit of gameplay. It just like an enormous amount of laughter, because he looked just the same, and he looked a bit clumsy in the game compared to the usual. So it was just like a hilarious response to what people have seen. And for anyone who is into these sort of survival horror games, then they just love it. You know, you've got yet again another character, and it's just really wonderful to see how some of these guys are inventing new ideas in order to draw attention. And I've got to say, the vast majority of these ideas are mesmerizing. They're really captivating. They really want us to come in and ask for more. So, you know, really good stuff. And also, if you consider they imported many different nasties and baddies from various horror films, so now they're going to be importing different types of actors who participated in similar films. So, you know, get quite a variety. You can choose from actors through the baddies and decide how you want to play the game. When I play the game, again, you will know from my streams, I'm not a great fan of the majority of horror games, but I thought it was, you know, very inventive and certainly very exciting. Not a game that I'd recommend to people who are, you know, suffering from some high level of anxiety, or people who can't sleep, because it does have this very realistic element of horror and survival in it. As a community-based game where you need to be surviving and doing it together, it can be really hilarious when you play with your own crew. The Witcher is a fantastic RPG. Jeff Rubinstein from Xbox thinks that this is the best RPG he had ever played, which I have to say I'm surprised about that, because he loves Yakuza and the trilogy and everything else which comes from the studios in Japan. But he did say he thought that in terms of the magnitude, the gameplay, the dialogue, the environment, The Witcher 3 was the best RPG ever, particularly if you played it on the Game of the Year edition with extra content and, you know, all sorts. And yesterday we've seen a new trailer for the second season of The Witcher, which will come out on Netflix in July 2023. So That sounds really good, and I've not watched the original series. I've heard a few things about it, which was sort of mixed response. I guess there is always going to be a mixed response because this sort of game is a very interactive type of experience. You communicate with others, you are an active participant, you come into the environment, you do different things, you make this environment change for you, and that is certainly what you don't get when you watch an episode of television series. It looked good, it looked very entertaining, and there were some fairly funny bits that we viewed, so I look forward to it, and I think I'll watch shortly the first series, which is still on Netflix, and then obviously it will be followed up by the second, and Henry Cavill's in it, and some other people's. It seems entertaining, and I think we are spoiled for choice if you are a huge fan of the Rings or what's it called, escapes me. If you're a fan of these types of RPGs and the television series or films, you are going to, Dungeons and Dragons, the big one that came out recently. You will be Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones, of course. It all comes into the same sort of narrative, the same type of world, and certainly will be exciting for many people, the fans of that genre. So we had Witchfire, which I thought was also very interesting. So we'll get early access launch September the 20th of 2023, and again, sword and sorcery games looked really beautiful. I've got to say, there's so many different games coming out, many of them offered for free, that look astonishingly beautiful. I don't really understand how it's possible to make games that look so incredible, which I believe are quite expensive to make, and then offer them for free. It just, it's mind-boggling. Obviously, they make a lot of money on the sale of different bundles and cosmetics, but that depends on the magnitude of the game. We are actually to be playing, and I did see some games which sort of failed. They didn't raise very much of revenue, but still remained quite popular as, obviously, purely sort of freebies, free games. Crossfire looked very interesting because obviously Crossfire is competing with Call of Duty and Warzone franchise, and they had a very interesting trailer indicating that they want that war to be in virtual reality, and it will be done exclusively for virtual reality. So we've had a mixture of virtual reality and the game mixed together, and that indeed looked to me very, very interesting, and I thoroughly enjoyed the trailer. I thought initially it was a trailer for a television series, but obviously I was definitely proven wrong. So we had this VR set, and it's going to be coming out very shortly. That's August 2023. That's Crossfire Sierra Squad. Take the Fight to VR, they called it. Then we had Remnant. Don't know whether you played Remnant, but it's a very brutal, very hectic, high octane type of shooter where you are eliminating all kinds of beasts and enemies. It's quite gory, but it's a classical shooter, I think, within the aura of Serious Sam, where enemies keep attacking. You need to be just like as capable or as leveled up as possible, to tackle. The trailer looked very good. I'm very excited about it. I want to see what it's like. And Remnant was at one time on the streaming services of Xbox and PlayStation a little while back, if I'm not mistaken. And I've looked at it, and it just looked like a really good game. Sonic Superstars, yet another, coming out in autumn 2023. Then we had Honkai Star Rail. That will be coming out at the end of this year. Again, anybody who is into the Japanese animated type of games, you'll love it. And the easiest way of finding out what's been going on, if you missed it, is either presentation, or you can go to my Twitter. I had retweeted all of the tweets indicating what has been screened, and just as one tweet per game, so you have a selection of maybe about 25-30 games. You just click and the trailers are there, so it's really easy to find out what was going on. So everything I say here is backed up. In fact, you can immediately go to Twitter, and as I talk, you can just click on the trailer and see what I'm basically describing. So the easiest way to do it. We have then Lies of P. Well, that game grabbed me. I thought, well, that looked really fun. We can pre-order and get 72 hours early access, and the game will come out in September, 19th of September 2023, so it's only a few months away. Lies of P looked like a RPG stroke story-driven type of game, and did have the aura of old France, you know, with sort of nobility and musketeers and all sorts. So that really grabbed me. It just looked beautiful, and I just wonder what the story is going to be like. And if you're interested, and I certainly think it should be, because it's one of those games that's likely to be attractive type, then the idea is demo. Apparently the demo is available straight away, so you can get it immediately, and is basically Lies of P. So you can go and access any platform, go to the section that says Lies of P, and then download the demo. Make sure you don't click the button which is actually asking you to pre-order. So I've set up the system on my consoles, for which if I click a button by mistake to pre-order, I need to go through the security, which means I can't access it. And as soon as the security comes up, I realize, I pressed the wrong button, so I need to, you know, do the PIN or the password, etc., and then that will prevent me from actually purchasing instead of just downloading an ordinary demo. They had an Epona Interactive. It was like a mixture of different kinds of things that will be presented on the June 29th, and that will be a separate presentation by Epona, one of the biggest independent video game developers, and they've really looked very, very appetizing. So I've got to say, I'm really looking forward to the showcase event. Throne and Liberty I thought was excellent, and if you're interested, if you like the games which are a bit like RPG with, you know, swords and kind of period pieces popping up from every corner of your screen, then you can be signing up for the tech test. And I just want to tell you, I will sign up for the tech test here, and I also will do that demo of Lies of P. He hasn't given us 50 demos like this was the case a few years back when he launched the Summerfest. And I'm a bit sorry that we're not getting any more demos, because they're obviously a very, very good introduction. But then on the other hand, you know, many games come to Game Pass and to PlayStation Now, so once they're there, you can just access the actual full game through the cloud services. But on the other hand, there are quite a few not featured there, so there are different ways to which you can find out what games like, the trailers, the gameplay. But I think demos and easy access to the cloud is best. Anyway, Throne and Liberty, we can sign up for the tech test, and if you want to do that, you just go to Play Throne, and there you'll get it. So Warhaven, and that will be at the next Steam Festival. This is a PC game, and they're looking for let's say fall 20 in the autumn, right? The autumn 2023 release. And again, it seems to me that there's been a number of games that fall into the category of you know, Oblivion, Elder Scrolls, Skyrim, Kingdom Come, and yeah, I love these games because they give you an opportunity to learn all about the history of a particular country, or the history of that particular world, like for instance Elder Scrolls, with a massive, big, immersive environment with lots of different characters. I've got to say, I said this the other day on the stream, I need to be exploring the Elder Scrolls Online more to what I've done, because I'm an avid player of Elder Scrolls, the standalone games like Morrowind and Skyrim and Oblivion, and I really want to see how they managed to incorporate all those different parts and different chapters within that open world. Apparently, I've heard they've done it very successfully. But what I did play initially, well, this was right at the beginning, and it's very likely that the whole thing changed by now, was that I found it a bit confusing as I sort of went to the different environments. I was collecting very many quests and sub-quests, and they didn't seem to be connected just with one story, so I was getting a bit lost with information. Could have been down to myself, not paying enough attention, or indeed not playing the right way, or playing the game right at the beginning where I was still tweaking different things. So really a game that I really want to be revisiting, Elder Scrolls Online. Party Animals are coming out on the 20th of September 2023. Then we had a clip from one of the top guys that worked on Dying Light Stay Human, and he was indicating that there will be seasons and additional content, story-based missions, as well as some extra gear. It looked very good, so if you are a fan of Dying Light, or Dead Island or these types of games, then certainly you will be very, very excited. We had Crash Team Rumble as well, so anybody who liked Crash and Bandicoot, you will be very excited about it. We had an interesting ad coming up several times in the presentation, and I want to really stress this really grabbed me, because as it stands, I do need my consoles in order to be streaming games and playing them and watching them. But the new Samsung television set, if I'm not mistaken, this is like a special OLED set. There was also size indicator, I think it was 49-inch, if I'm not mistaken. It does have everything inbuilt. So they said this is like with a cloud service for people to play games straight away, and they were Cyberpunk, The Witcher, and can't remember, there's a few other titles. So it was like a direct stream through a television set without the need for the console. I'm curious, because I've seen and heard Phil Spencer a few years back talking about this. They said we want to have separate services that do not require consoles yet. Those will be perhaps downsized. There won't be that many games. There will be some sort of catch with a subscription applied to it. But the set looked incredible. And I gotta say, the advert looked really mouth-watering. So what I'll do is, before telling you more about it, I'll go to BC World and Currys in London. They have a major showcase place on Tottenham Court Road. Anyone who's living in Britain, or who's sort of familiar with London, across the road from Warren Street Station, that's where it is, right? So just on that corner, it's like a big place that they run, and they have various sections where you can try out different equipment. This is like for showcase things there over the years, and highly recommend it. So I'll go there and have a look. I want to find out for myself, and I want to test it. I want to see how these games are going to be working, because obviously it needs very fast processor, but very fast internet speeds. And generally the question is whether the speed of the processor will be affecting the screen, because it's very hot, then you can get patches on the screen in due course. Anyway, the new technology is amazing. So that was quite something, and I'm sure that during the Xbox presentation on Sunday, we are going to be hearing a bit more about the whole thing, right? It's very likely. Our friend Sandman is just saying, Remnant is described as Dark Souls with guns. I had about 400 hours playing in the first Remnant. Yeah, that's right. That's exactly what it is. It is this character who walks in and he's facing this sort of supernatural environment that goes totally crazy, and then he needs to defeat all the beasts, and it's quite gory. It reminds me of some of the other shooters of that type, and it does have really a lot of hectic activity. It does have the elements of repetition. When you get killed, and replay the mission, need to get back in, and but it's also very visual. I think anyone who likes shooters in general, particularly the single-player shooters, because obviously during the last 5 to 6 years, multiplayer shooters have taken over completely. So Warzone and PUBG, etc. But in the old days, like 12-13 years ago, it was all about this, right? I mean, you had obviously Counter-Strike, but people played many of those, and Remnant comes into that category. So I think, I'm not sure whether the new one's going to be also giving you the access for multiplayer. I didn't kind of spot that yesterday, but it looked good. It looked really appealing, and certainly a kind of a game that so now we're coming to the biggie, so the heavyweights here. Alan Wake 2. I said earlier, for me this was one of the highlights of the presentation. I really loved the first game. It was very similar to what we had in Twin Peaks, the television series, just with a twist, and they just improved the graphics and they worked on the story. It looks literally like a massive big AAA blockbuster game, and make sure you pick up your Alan Wake on 360 or on through Xbox, because I'm quite certain that once this game comes out, it's unlikely to be priced as cheaply as it's been. I bought the game in the past, so I've got it ready. I bought it on release, and definitely worth playing the first game before entering the sequel. Although the boss there of Remedy, who participated with the live presentation, said that it is a standalone game, but there are some references. It's not necessary to play the first one in order to know what's going on in the sequel. but I think it will help, because you'll get into the environment, into the ideas, and all other things which are part and parcel of Alan Wake. And if there is one thing for me, well, it was that environment of Twin Peaks, which had been reworked in, it's sort of a wooded area which resembles Twin Peaks. It's in the mountains, a bit of a river, and all these weird things keep happening. But what did come across for me was the FBI jackets of the agents coming into the compound and investigating. Are there any cultists? Are there any weirdos in there causing all the trouble and creating incidents, or whatever, being involved with the locals? The visuals for me that resembled, if you remember the sequence in Silence of the Lambs, where can't remember who this was this the baddie who's walking around with night vision, and you can see barely anything in the dark, and it was just a flavor. And I thought, that's quite good, because anyone who is mature, who'd watched the film at the time, would be very interested. The storyline front, how good the story is, and he did say that extensively, and I felt that the story was going to be indeed very, very significant for anyone who enters. So it wasn't just about exploring the area and finding out for yourself about the inventory, or things which you can sort of use in the course of the game, but it's all about the story and the narrative. It's a story-driven game. So Remedy are very good with the narrative, and I'm very, very pleased that yesterday the 2 bits, there was a bit of a trailer and a bit of gameplay, very appetizing. So for me, one of the highlights of yesterday's presentation, coming out on October the 17th later this year, Space Marine Warhammer, again a game that I quite look forward to. I played Warhammer recently a bit. They had 2 games, Warhammer games, offered through Xbox freebies, the weekend freebies, and I've got to say they were very good. One of them was a bit like Diablo, and the other one was, I guess, similar to other Warhammer games, where you are tackling all the enemies, and it's all about being able to use swords and spears, and just having various melee fighting abilities. But visually it was very captivating, and definitely look forward to Space Marine as well. It looked to me like a mixture, well, I'm not sure whether it's a strategy game or not, but it did have the bird perspective, the RPGs with bird perspective. So people who don't like that will find it really off-putting, but I think generally it blends in perfectly with the recent releases, the new releases like Diablo. So people like Diablo will definitely jump in. We have Yes Your Grace, and that will be coming out, Yes Your Grace Snowfall, I should say. That's coming out later next year. But the game that really excites me, I'm quite curious about, is the game I've heard a bit about, and that's the one done by John Carpenter. So if you're familiar with his name, legendary American horror film directors, and he was well known in the 70s for Halloween and Assault on Precinct and Darkstar. Later in the 80s, he went and directed films like The Thing and Christine and Big Trouble in Little China, then Prince of Darkness, In the Mouth of Madness, Vampires. It's a whole selection of films, but his best films were in the 70s, where he became really almost iconic type of figure for that sort of horror. He had Halloween as one of the most important, the most successful independent films of all times at the time in the 70s, and followed up by The Fog, and then Christine, and what was the other one, Starman as well, with Kurt Russell. And he also made a film based on Elvis Presley's life, with Kurt Russell starring. It was a television film. Anyway, cut long story short, he is obviously an iconic figure. It's his first outing into the world of video gaming. So he is, for the first time, working on a video game, and that itself is remarkable. It does look like, actually reminded me of Serious Sam. You have like special forces or the Marines in armored vehicles, and they are kind of facing huge numbers of zombies. So it just seemed like a zombie fest, and gore fest as well, because obviously the way in which they are going to be dealing with these zombies is fairly brutal. And I'm personally very, very excited to see how, first of all, that's going to work out visually, and most importantly, Carpenter is a phenomenal musician, and the music in his films is, I would say, as important as the visuals in terms of the atmosphere and the narrative and all that happens in between various characters who are in this film. So very important to see how that's going to work. Very excited about it, and really can't wait to see it. His game is coming out later next year. The other big game that I really want to play is Baldur's Gate, and Baldur's Gate is, as you know, a series, and we got now Baldur's Gate 3, and surely you would have played the other ones, which are amongst the most popular RPGs of all times. The trailer was fairly brief, but it was very exciting because we could see that the saga is continuing. We got some new characters. August 31st of 2023, so it's literally around the corner. Spider-Man 2 did have a major presentation with one of the chaps from the studio also telling us a bit about it. Yet again, seems to be following the trail of the Spider-Man 1. It will be, if I'm not mistaken, Sony exclusive, so you get PlayStation. What we've seen looked amazing, and I admired the storytelling of the first game, and he also said that there are changing a few things. So it's going to be like a standalone game with some new baddies and new things, and we did see Venom emerging. So Jeff wanted to know more about the Venom, but the chap from the studios did not want to tell him. He said, well, in order to find out, you need to play the game and you'll find out what's going on, who he actually is. So definitely very exciting to see Venom coming into the equation, and then obviously us need to play the game. So we have then Palworld. So that was yet another game that I've not heard of, but looked very appetizing. January 2024. Game I played quite a bit is Black Desert. They're introducing some new content and looked really beautiful. You will know that the customization of Black Desert is really absolutely remarkable, and really look forward to playing some new characters and those inclusions. That will be out on June the 14th, so that's really more or less imminent. In the course of this week we are getting this DLC and all the other things that come together with it. Land of the Morning Light it's called. The Lord of the Rings returned to Moria fall 2023, and then like a huge hype about Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis, and a very beautiful trailer. And for all of you Final Fantasy fans, you will know that you are going to be getting it very soon. That's going to come out on June the 28th. I'm giving the wrong dates. What is exciting is they're offering the pre-registration for that game to be downloaded and played as beta on your phones, because Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis can be then played on your handheld devices for the first time, and the beta you can sign up for today, and then you have June the 8th to June the 28th, so about 20 days of beta after you signed up. So that is literally from yesterday, and if you have a high quality, top-notch, state-of-the-art Android or iOS, just press the button, download and try it. I'd be quite curious to hear what you think of it, because for me, playing Final Fantasy is all about the immersive environment. You want to have it on a big screen, you want to have lots of characters, everything, and that is basically what I am interested in. And I want to see how this would work on a small handheld device, but it will be as interesting, as exciting, as energetic, and most importantly, as immersive, because the colors, the characters, the music, and all that. But if you have headsets, you put your phone in there, the picture gets amplified, you've got some lenses in it, and it can be phenomenal. So definitely very interested, and I want to try it. And I've got one of those headsets in here. I've not really properly tried it yet because I've been so busy with the stream and all the works that I was preparing for you. I have to nip out for a second. I'll be back literally in less than 30 seconds, so stay with us. I'll be back very shortly. Alright, I'm back, so we'll carry on as usual. Where were we? Talking about Final Fantasy and Final Fantasy for our Android and for iPhone. So definitely try it and ping us a message indicating what the experience was like. I'll try it on that headset and I'll be able to tell you a bit more. So I just like the environment, I like the immersive elements of it, and without that degree of immersion I think I would get cold feet. But that's Final Fantasy VII, which is regarded as the very best, and obviously they had provided us with a remake, and you know, we are going to be trying out all these different options to see whether the game is going to be as exciting on various platforms. So coming back to it, it was a very big thing yesterday when they announced it. It's Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis to be downloaded as beta and then tried on your phones from the June the 8th, which is yesterday, and then June the 28th. So 20 days. You can obviously just crack on and find it for yourself. So Banishers Ghosts of New Eden, I quite like that. Really good trailer, really exciting. End of 2023. Like a Dragon Gaiden. Well, that's the game that Jeff Rubinstein from Xbox was telling us about in one of the recent podcasts. And it's very similar to what you had in Yakuza Trilogy and the Yakuza series. And it looked really great. The trailer was, just like you would expect from Yakuza creators. So very exciting. And again, in a Japanese environment, lots of fighting, lots of activity, plenty of narrative, a good story, a very immersive Tokyo-style environment. So really look forward to it. Released on November the 9th, and you can pre-order, and if you pre-order you get like a legendary fighter pack. Then you have Under the Waves, released on 29th of August 2023. Huge hype about Call of Duty, new season, Season 4, coming out on June the 14th, so that's more or less imminent. It's next week. And don't forget the seasons, they work both for the game Call of Duty as well as for Warzone. There will be some other maps introduced to Warzone, if I heard correctly. So we're all excited about this. Obviously I'm an avid Warzone veteran, played it from the day one, and I have a big Warzone community attached both to myself and this channel. Not played it recently. I was unhappy with Verdansk disappearing. And like Pacific didn't grab me. It was just a completely different type of gameplay and different weapons, and need to go step back in, see what's going on. Not played it recently, but Warzone for me one of the best tactical simulators, purely in terms of how the team effort is made to be so significant. All about a team. So in Apex and Warzone, obviously in PUBG, but I think Warzone in particular, because it's a big map, there's a lot of activity, there are lots of teams, and greater how to put it. If you have a really good squad of or regiment, or regiment is basically in Warzone what we call clan with all the other games, then you are going to be having a lot of fun. And with seasonal content, you get different bundles, different rewards, and it's really good fun. So everyone needs to try it. And maybe we'll do sometimes Warzone streams here on the channel as well with the old Warzone community, but there will be just like a one-off, because I've done it during the pandemic and we had a fantastic time, but still there's always this element of competition coming in from the randoms, from some of the participants, and I think that this really does not present the very best aura for this sort of community-based, all-inclusive, family-friendly channel. They had something very interesting yesterday as well. They introduced new Xbox consoles, and these consoles are presenting, well, there's actually 75 consoles especially made to celebrate 75 years of Porsche, right? So Porsche being the car that we all know everything about, one of the most prestigious, fancy, expensive two-seaters. You can get that console, Xbox Series X, which has got the colors of this model of Porsche, and it's extraordinary. It just looked really amazing, and you actually can't buy it, so you need to enter the competition for sweepstakes, and then you may get it. 75 of them will be dished out to the sweepstakes. But if you want to be one of those proud owners of such a rare console, why not? It will have obviously a huge value attached to it in due course, because it's almost like handmade, like a special series with a serial number and everything. So I invite everyone to enter the sweepstakes. It's called Porsche Series X, and that will be just like I said. And then we have a few more games to get through. I apologize, it's many games. It was a wonderful, lengthy, more than 2 hours type of event, and so many different mouth-watering trailers. And so I had Faith Farm, September the 8th, coming out on Switch and PC. And then you have Marvel Snap card game. That was quite funny because the presenter, the guy representing the company, he was so animated that he literally overshadowed Jeff Keighley and all the other participants. So he was like somebody out of some sort of reality show, and very, very funny, very engaging, and it looked like the card game that has Marvel attached to it is very, very entertaining. I've not played any of this, but it's interesting that they're combining with the presentation a variety of different types of games, so it wasn't just about video games, albeit the vast majority were. King Arthur Legends Rise is a mobile game that again grabbed me. Just like I said earlier, lots of those games that go back in history, period pieces, RPG, with swords and the armor and outfits of the period. So that's very interesting. There seems to be like a mini trend developing, and I'm not sure whether they are tailoring it to a trend, or whether it's to do with the fact that we have several games coming out at the same time that follow the same genre. But it was significant. I think there was a greater number of those games yesterday in presentation to what I've seen now for some time. We have Wayfinder. Sandman, who's watching and listening, had talked about yesterday and about the game, and I think Wayfinder is definitely looking very, very good. They had a trailer and small presentation related to the game, and this game will be coming out for early access this summer. I didn't catch the date, I don't think, but early summer with early access, I guess, for people who pre-order. So definitely one of those that I'm interested in. It's likely they'll come out on the Game Pass. I think there's been a rumor that the game will come in. Don't quote me on this, it's just a rumor. We need to find out where it comes out. Then you have Stellaris Nexus. Anyone who's played the strategy game in the past will be very excited. It looked very good. We had a game that I'm quite excited about, Star Trek Infinite. And the reveal of the game is going to be on Picard Day on the 16th of June, so that's literally a few days away. And yet again, you'll know that Star Trek is a free-to-play game, so definitely very, very excited about this. We had Space Trash Scavenger as well introduced, Twisted Metal, which is basically a television series, and it's going to be screened on Peacock. So if you're interested, we had Anthony Mackie in there with, I can't remember the other guy now off the top of my head, but I'm not familiar with the series and don't really watch TV, so anyone who's interested, you can access it on Peacock. Then we had Lies Fanga, The Time Shift, and that is definitely very, very interesting. PC game coming out in 2023, later in the year. Immortals of Avium. Well, that game grabbed me. It did have the elements of Just Cause, and we have also, the lead protagonist was yesterday presenting the game and everything that was title related. So it looked like a very, very interesting game. And there was the elements of supernatural. There was, like the Guardians in here, the characters with special abilities. And I'm not exactly sure what the story was. He told it, but it just seemed they're sort of fighting some sort of alien brutal force that's similar like to Darkness, I guess. And it just visually grabbed me. It just looked like a very, very interesting game to play. So watch this space for more on Immortals of Avium, July the 20th of 2023, day before my birthday this year. So very good one. There was the very final section was dedicated to two biggies, two AAA heavyweights. First of all, we had Fortnite Wilds with a new battle pass, and it seemed like the whole island was crumbling and there was some sort of major attack happening in there. So that was obviously getting everybody very, very excited, people who are dedicated Fortnite players. We know that lots of Fortnite players migrated to Apex. I played with, I'd say, hundreds and hundreds when the game was launched, but I'm not quite certain what the state of play with Fortnite is at the moment. It's a game that's been extremely popular at one time. I've not played it much, but tried it. It was definitely very entertaining, with different inventions and funny characters and, you know, memes and humor and activities that I thought were hilarious. But there were other games I connected with at the time, and therefore Fortnite wasn't one of them. And then the big final trailer, the presentation, was for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and that is to be expected in 2024. So, you know, Rebirth was to be polishing it off, and Jeff said something like, just bear with me, I'm being disconnected in there yet again. The game shouldn't do this, because guess what? We are having the overlays up and running, the stream to light stream. We are fully active. We don't have to be hammering the game at all times. But it does happen with Bungie. Bungie are well known for this. And what I was going to say is, Jeff said rumors were true. Here it is, and it's the new chapter in the series of Final Fantasy. It looked amazing. The graphics are mouth-watering. The environment is hugely attractive, very immersive, and as good as always. So I'm very, very excited about this and look forward to it. So that was really the whole event. I already told you about it, or talked about it, for almost an hour, and as you could see, I'm personally very excited. I'm sort of oversaturated with information, and it's interesting because I got everything written in here, gone to the list, and I thought I memorized everything perfectly. But there are a couple of games that I can barely remember after, you know, what I've seen. But the vast majority, obviously, it's all sort of chiseled in stone with the visuals and the things which were being said. As I said, for myself, the highlights were related to some of those biggies. So it's Alan Wake, there's the Carpenter game, there is Final Fantasy, and there is also, right at the beginning I said, Path of Exile. So, you know, really very, very interesting sort of titles with many different interesting hours of gameplay that are to follow. I've read the responses on Twitter and also on Reddit, and I have to say, I've got to say that yet again. I mean, I don't know how many times I've said this before. Our friend Sandman says, I'm really looking forward to Wayfinder. Yes, sir, I really do as well. It looks like a really good game, and I think anyone who's joined the Game Pass community will need to remember that Xbox is introducing a great number of small indie games to that environment. So if you have the lists and the updates coming in every week, make sure you have a look and try some of these games, because they're wonderful. You know, these games are wonderful. They're smaller than the big AAA blockbusters, and they provide you with very entertaining type of gameplay. They combine open world with RPG, with platformers, with strategies, and make sure you try them from time to time, because by doing so you'll be either downloading or accessing on cloud, and you'll be supporting this, you know, smaller developers, and you're definitely providing them with a lot of internal rewards, because they really monitor all the downloads and access, and that's the reason as to why these games are there, in order to provide them with a marketing platform, you know, for the developers to be discovered by the gamers. But sadly, the vast majority of people want to go down the route of blockbusters. So listen to this. The responses to yesterday's event were really not particularly good. I can't understand why. What on earth were people expecting? The complaint is we didn't have too many heavyweights. Well, heavyweights cost. It takes time for them to be made, distributed, and released. And we know what's happened during the pandemic. So the backlog is there. Many of these studios were closed for almost 2 years, and it will take time for the big titles to come in. We've seen lots of titles. We've seen some of the games I've never heard of, and they looked amazing. They look literally like the games you want to jump on straight away. So what is the complaint? Why are people so spoiled? I find it really difficult to conceptualize the whole idea. A wonderful event yesterday. He did not have it previously within such an environment. So it was almost as big as his Game Awards. Lots of people in attendance, great presentations, many good games coming in, various guests. So what on earth is the problem? I don't understand as to why people are unhappy. They've given it, I think most of the guys were giving it like C or D. when in fact I thought it was AAA. It just everything seemed to be so good, and runs so smoothly without any problems, interferences, and with very good introductions to every one of the games. Even for the smaller titles that are not so well known, there was enough space given for them to be properly introduced. I don't know. I just think that we are really snowed under with this sort of a massive big choice that we have through all these kind of streaming platforms, and people are just becoming completely obese and unreasonable. So that's certainly my experience. I'm not saying that everyone should provide them with sort of 5 stars, but some of the complaints were really ridiculous. I mean, people saying there weren't many enough big titles. Well, how about Final Fantasy? How about Warzone? How about Fortnite? How about, well, we've seen all this before. But obviously, it's a part of that series. It's the game that's extended, the game that's developing, the things are coming in at all times. And, at the end of the day, what on earth was he to present but what was offered to him through the industry, through the developers and publishers? So, I'm a bit surprised, unpleasantly so, to hear some of these things. And my overall perspective is that it was a wonderful event. So first of all, I want to say, well done, Jeff. Absolutely fantastic. It was a very enjoyable Game Fest, and we had plenty of fun. We had good introductions to many games, and in fact, we had introductions to the games we've hardly heard of. And I personally, like for instance, the game Lies of P. I've not heard of this game before. I probably just spotted it on Eurogamer. But to see it, to have it fully presented, and to attract me to, I think it was a beta test. Just bear with this. No, it's early access. Oh, it's demo. That's right. It's early access and then demo, which we can access straight away. It's just really wonderful. So, and we are absolutely looking forward to the next event in December. That's all about Game Fest. We can download a couple of demos, but we won't dish out 50, as it was the case with the first big launch. And to put in perspective, his first big event was run from home due to the pandemic, and it's just migrated within 3 years to the scale which obviously hardly anyone could have expected. It's become like the second biggest event of the year, and due to that, the E3 indeed was not actually going ahead in the course of this year. I guess also to do with other major developers deciding to run their own showcase events rather than be part and parcel of one big event, as it's been the case in the past. So, one way or the other, it is something that had brought about a major change within the industry, and we have to see whether E3 will continue at all. It may not, because the big companies will or prefer to draw attention to themselves. I can understand that. It's a bit like going to a marketplace, you come there, you got all the stalls, and sometimes you'll be tempted to go to another stall, but the one which perhaps is offering the very best goodies, just because you are distracted or you are quite keen on something else that you've seen, or you stroll, you get tired, you don't fancy going back to the first stall. There are lots of different issues which can pop up. So I can see the reasons and the thinking behind it, because the industry had grown exponentially in recent years. I honestly, for the life of me, I can't believe the numbers. The numbers of people that watch these events and also who participate live is mind-boggling. It's just absolutely astonishing. I've got to say, even when I compare the way things are today with the period before the pandemic, so it's roughly 4 years. It's incredible. It's almost beyond comparison, because huge numbers of people who watch television series, Netflix, and went to cinema and did various things which are based on that section of the entertainment industry migrate to video gaming. So I think there will be lots of problems for filmmakers and exhibitors, in particular, people who run cinemas, because the interest is shifting. People are swinging towards what appears to be very interactive, and don't forget the state-of-the-art games. They've got real-life quality. They just look like everything that you would have seen on the screen, and that itself is a huge challenge and a huge threat to that industry. And if you were, for instance, watching the US Academy Awards, you would have seen that the interest for them had been significantly dropping during the last 8 or 9 years, and the recent ones were, I'd say, just delivered as something completely insignificant. You did not have the pomp, the pageantry, the exposure, the excitement of that red carpet with the guests, and yet you did have that with the Video Game Awards. So, you know, things have changed very considerably. And I've seen, for instance, in Cineworld, the biggest chain of UK multiplex cinemas in Britain, they have also introduced the days to which you can actually play games within some of the screens, and they're trying to push that as the next big thing. Whether people come in, I don't think it's particularly attractive with the present prices, but as the prices drop, certainly that is going to be a way through which people will enjoy the social, coming in, playing games, and also it's the question of how they will be arranging it, because for instance, if you had an arrangement with Warzone for all the teams to come in within a certain period of time to a certain room, and everyone who's in that theater could be actually entering the game, well, that will give that type of event huge advantage, and it'll be very attractive. But I think it is the world that's constantly evolving. We can see that things are progressing forward, and one can't predict what other issues and what other developments indeed will be coming our way. So it's hard to tell, but what we see so far is definitely very encouraging, and I'm astonished. You know, the way things have moved forward has been remarkable, and I honestly feel that this degree of interaction that we are getting, as you've seen this week, I'm running beta tests for my channel, and we've had quite a number of people coming, old and new, participating, communicating, connecting, and just for a beta test, I find it incredible, because betas generally are all about technical problems, you know, and lots of people do not like entering arenas where there are technical problems, and it just tells you what the interest there is for certain games, for certain titles, but most importantly, the interest is for this degree of human interaction. That's most important, because when you are at home, with the way people communicate online, particularly live, when you hear somebody or can see him or her, you can certainly get to know this person so well, and it does have that attraction, you know, communicating directly to somebody who just got to know, a bit like meeting somebody in real life. Mentally, when you travel, you go to a pub or go to theatre, and then a fantastically important friendship develops from that encounter. It's the same sort of experience, and I think it is tremendous, because it is providing us with a great opportunity to connect with many more people around the world, which means we are a huge force that can change the world. You know, we can do things which, if applied properly and adequately, can produce fantastic changes. So think about it. Questions like the overall health, the health of our environment, protecting the nature, caring for and looking after people who are vulnerable, providing services for those in the need, raising awareness on what is necessary in our community, bringing in people who are vulnerable, and then running donors campaigns live on air for them to get the money to prevent homelessness, to prevent hunger. I've seen, for instance, in the US, several people doing this, and these were like top streamers. It was incredible, you know. I've seen, for instance, Michael Grzesiak. If I tell you Michael Grzesiak, you will not know who that is, but Shroud is obviously his gamer tag. He was running such campaigns live on air, and I have seen him saying, this is a single mother and she requires some investment, she requires some she requires some support. Is anyone prepared to provide any of it? And you wouldn't believe the amounts that were being given to her live online during his stream. It was incredible, and I think that is the way forward. That is the new form of communication that can bring a huge amount of benefit. Obviously, if we do it the other way, which is providing difficulties and problems for others, then it is going to be definitely a lot of trouble and will be full of burden. But that is not the way we want it to be. That's not the reason as to why video gaming and this degree of communication have been invented and given to us. Therefore, we have to always strive for the very best in order to accelerate the benefits. Whew, I talked quite a bit so far, and hope you enjoyed some of those titles and some of the descriptions on what is to follow from Jeff and his team. And I think some of those events are very important, and if you are a fan of video games and gaming industry, it's important to catch up with some of it. So all I said is giving you the idea of what I've seen, what I felt, what my perspective is. But most importantly, if you want to find out for yourself, go to my Twitter and then click on the entries coming from the Summer Game Fest. All of the entries are there, and you just click on the trailer and you'll be able to see for yourself. So before we crack on with some gameplay, I had several questions, and several questions came from various community members who were watching this. I think, from what I could gather, without telling you their gamer tags, 3 of those are from people who just popped in. So they've seen that Destiny stream's up and running, and they popped in and they sent me a question. And one person is a member of our community, so I know that. So I'll tell you what the questions were. We do this every single day at the beginning of the session. We'll have a look at the community-based content, questions, concerns, anything else coming in. Sometimes when you have the regulars participant games, then we'll have the questions about the conduct, or what people enjoyed, what they thought was very good, how, for instance, certain task, like for instance doing an exotic task, exotic weapon quest here, completing it, they'll be asking questions about the process to which we completed it. Are there any other ways of doing it? What gear, what weapons, what armor could be worn, etc., etc. But these questions are quite general and they're related to the channel. So let me tell you, the first question that came in, and I think that was somebody who's never been here before: how a streamer? Well, it's a very good question, and I talked about it at length over the years. It was actually by accident. I had been recovering from serious illness. I caught SARS virus quite a few years back, and the SARS virus caused me serious physical impairments and difficulties. And I never really got back to the same degree of physical ability after recovering over quite a number of years. And I've been looking into the option of connecting with other people around the world to the forums, which are friendly, interactive, and amicable. The forums that are providing that scope for doing something good, right? And then I've seen Twitch. And Twitch had been around already for a couple of years, and I remember looking at the way the previous company, I can't actually recall the name of the company that preceded Twitch instantly. You guys probably will remember it better than me. And I thought this was something that will provide an opportunity in the future once the tech develops somewhat, because there were some glitches and problems initially. It was nowhere near as good as it is today. And then the other thing is, so that's one thing, looking into the means to which I can communicate with lots of different people around the world and talk about things I like, and etc. Not just on the local scale, because I have public forums that I'm a member of in London, with regular friends, participants, contributors. But that's different, because it's the same group of people. It's a small group of people dedicated to the areas of my kind of interest or my professions. This is like global, so similar to WhatsApps and Instagrams. You have access to very, very many different people who actually, if they unite around a certain interest, can communicate, and then they can enhance the knowledge for others. So the first thing I looked at was films, and I write on film, and I have several hubs that are dedicated to film history in particular, and then also film news and everything happening from film industry. And I discovered Twitch, so I thought, hang on, it'd be good if I can just stream films, and then we can obviously get our discussion groups together and we can talk, maybe not as we watch a film, because that's not my cup of tea, but afterwards. And I found an app. This app was called Rabbit, and the app was allowing you to be streaming literally everything or anything that was streamable through a browser. So think about YouTube, for instance, the number of videos you got there, it was streaming straight away. So I selected from YouTube films which were without any form of copyright or license, and I streamed them to Rabbit. And I couldn't believe the number of people that were coming in. So to give an example, I streamed films like silent comedies from the 1920s and the teens of the last century, like a Fatty Arbuckle and Charlie Chaplin, Buster Keaton, Charlie Chase, Harry Langdon. Some of those comedians are not well known today anymore. Mabel Normand, for instance, the actress who was very, very instrumental in bringing in the environment. And I couldn't believe the interest to watch this. So I had it on loop, so a lengthy playlist which would have maybe 150 films could be played for the whole day and whole night, and you would have quite a number of people popping in, having a look, enjoying the films, leaving a comment or two. It was a wonderful experience because obviously the films were introduced to the people who are fans of film, but they've never heard of those characters and they never watched silent films before. So, you know, it just gave them the opportunity to get to know something. And we had some discussion forums live online, which were not really very extensive because people watch films that, you know, would come in and then depart. Most of the times people just watch this on the mobile phone because it was a mobile phone compatible app. And there was no longer any streaming because I guess there was a problem with copyright or something, or maybe the app wasn't making the revenue that it invested. And then I looked at the Twitch. In the meantime, a period of a couple of years had developed, and I thought, well, you know, this is a wonderful opportunity because myself being a gamer and somebody who has passion for games and graphic novels and the passion that's been there since my early childhood, somebody who played many games, well, why don't we just try and set up a channel and see what the reaction will be. And the trouble I had, first of all, was where I live. There's a very poor internet connection. We don't have fiber and we don't have fast internet speeds which are required for regular streams, and obviously you don't have certain kind of picture quality when you watch, and so that was impossible. So I thought, well, yeah, let's just test it. Let's have a go for a few weeks, or you know, let's try it out, see what it's like. And I decided that Destiny as the best community-based game would be ideal for my channel. I obviously brought Destiny in and tied it to the channel, and we had I mean, I could have not expected. I wasn't running it as a beta test. I just literally jumped into the deep end, so the channel was functioning on the day one, and I couldn't believe the number of people that were coming in, and all interested in Destiny, all interested in gaming, all wanting to talk, all wanting to come up live on air and talk and game together. So it was a major accelerating force, and it just progressed from there. Because I'm fairly homebound due to what I said earlier, due to my health, and that sort of interactivity, that degree of that opportunity to connect with so many different people, and of all ages, all backgrounds, all religions, races, literally anyone who is watching or playing a particular game. And not everyone who comes to Destiny is a Destiny gamer, but they'll pop in to have a look, to talk to somebody, to ask questions. I've had people coming in and then asking questions about streaming in general. So it's like I guess the questions related to the process of streams, it's like a business type of inquiries, right? And I had people come in and ask about other things which are video gaming related or film related. So it became a very vibrant, very versatile type of community, and thoroughly enjoyed it. It opened up different horizons of ideas in this interactive environment. And let's not forget, since I started streaming, which was in 2018, things actually have moved up quite considerably. We've gone up the ladder, and as you've seen, I've not been streaming of late because of the problems with the internet speed, but thanks to the new products. Just bear with me, I've got something here on my leg for some reason. I don't know what it is. Thanks to the invention of the new gadgets, accessories, and the availability of certain products, like for instance what I've got today, which is basically the 5G 4G router, I can now stream through better quality speeds, and I can have better quality picture and everything. So I'm very, very grateful that this had become possible, and we can then simply forget about all the problems that were previously present with the old internet and the way the channel was run. I did have a problem after a couple of years where younger people were not prepared to watch the streams because of the poor picture quality, but we were having very considerable social activity and interaction here, which indeed was excellent and greatly appreciated. So it was the social interaction and communication and connectivity that was bringing everyone together. I was able to resolve this recently with that 5G router, and we obviously have a better quality picture. In addition to that, we are getting the overlays that come in through services provided by the third parties, and that is cloud services based through the servers of StreamElements and then imported to Lightstream. So it's two different companies that I'm using for this, and I'm very grateful for all that indeed is being provided by them, because it's making sure that the streams are polished, they look good, they provide us with extra information for the viewers, and most importantly now when we're running the campaign for fundraising campaign, I should say, charitable fundraising campaign, we are having a lot more of that interactive environment introduced to our stream. So that's very, very beneficial. So I think these are the reasons, these are the main things that brought me to the streams, and that's the reason I started becoming a streamer. Also in recent times I had been thinking more actively in terms of what's been achieved within 4 years of streaming and what else we can do in order to and certain tasks a bit more pronounced, and that's obviously connected with the whole procedure of getting involved with Tiltify and then running fundraising campaigns, and just generally talking about the issues that are affecting gamers, and gamers are obviously people who live in a local community of all kinds of backgrounds, and that being pronounced more and more, being connected with what we do, is what will be the task in the future for all the streams to follow. So all the streams that will come after we go back to the regular schedule will have exactly the same focus, and we will try to make them as busy and as interactive as possible, and that will certainly provide us with rewards, new friendships, new connections, and hopefully we're also going to be able to raise significant amount of funds for the charities that this channel will be supporting. The charity we started with is Mind, so that's Mind Charity UK. It's a charity that deals with people who are experiencing some form of emotional difficulty or any form of mental problem, and they have offices and outlets around the country. They've been around for many, many years, for more than 50 years, and provide absolutely essential services to anyone who is in the need, who's experiencing some form of problem, who wants to be receiving some form of assistance with a difficulty, and available 24/7. It's priceless, and therefore the campaign that we run here is the workers, the volunteers, the services, the events they run, and everything else that is provided by the charity. I'm losing my voice. I talked quite a bit, and I'll have to take a short break, and then after the short break we are going to be carrying on with a few more questions, and then we'll carry on with our Destiny gameplay. So stay with us. I'll be back very, very shortly. Alright, my friends, I'm back. I've had a hot drink, I had a biscuit, I had a snack, and I have been fully recovered ever since. When you talk for quite a while, then it can happen that the voice cracks somewhat, or one feels a bit of strain. I think what I'm feeling at the moment is the terrible increase of the heat which we're experiencing here in the local area. We've had very cold nights, and last night the night was very warm, and I didn't sleep too well. I know that our friend Sandman's watching, and our friend Sandman who's watching was telling us yesterday that he also had a night before which was not particularly good sleep. So I had similar thing. Well, to be fair, I slept reasonably well, but when I woke up I felt really haggard, and I slept really long enough, the hours and everything, and that was all to do with that air. The hot air in where I live, which is in London suburbs, brings in the pollution from London, and then one can really feel that when you breathe in during the night. And up to yesterday, we all had, until yesterday, we all had really very cold weather at night, so that's affecting me altogether today. My voice is well, and there's nothing I can do. And I'm just fearing the weekend. They said it's going to be more than 30 degrees, and at night it will be like 20. It's tropical. It's ridiculous already in June, from very cold weather that we had for quite some time, suddenly swinging towards tropics. It's ridiculous. And honestly, like I said just early on, we have got to get united, the gamers around the world, and do something about the global climate change, because this is affecting every country on the planet, and something that's spiraling out of control. Flooding, downpours, then very cold winters, massive amount of snow, horrific hurricanes, and thunderstorms and all sorts. It's really ridiculous, and something's got to be done about this. I mean, it's affecting everyone. So very, very hot in my area today. And anyway, we still have Gary in here, and Gary was there yesterday. Hello, Gary. How are you doing? Very good to see you. Thank you for joining us. And Gary said that he likes turtles and he hates Destiny 2. Right. You told us about that Destiny 2 yesterday. You remember that? And I told you that we have many members of our community who actually feel the same. They're not that keen on what is being offered in the sequel, and they also dislike it because of very many different reasons. The main reason is the difference between one and the simpler, but does require a major community input in order to complete certain tasks. It's a very slow leveling up procedure on every character. It does have many lengthy activities in order to get pinnacle weapons, and as such it is a lot more difficult game to play. If you watched the game here yesterday, Gary, you would have seen that I played the Nightfall Strike all by myself, and the Nightfall Strike was very difficult. In fact, it was one of the most difficult ones, with those 3 scions at the end, and it did take me quite some time to complete it. Obviously, being times I knew some tips and tricks, but that is the attraction of doing Destiny 1. Destiny 2 doesn't have that degree of difficulty, and many, like for instance, to give an example, yesterday, if you watched our Destiny 2 stream later in the day, you would have seen that Sekapupa and me story missions, right? So it's like 3 of them, because he wasn't doing any until yesterday, and we've done, I think was it 2 or 3? I think it was 3. And I leveled up by 10 ranks. 10 ranks in one short session, which was, I think, lasting about 2.5 hours, was incredible, because that is something that we did not have in Destiny 2 either in the past, and that itself is that itself is quite unusual. I'm not sure as to why they streamlined quick leveling up. I don't think that there have been so many complaints about the rewards and everything else, which are part of the seasonal content. I'm not sure. I could have missed out on this, but it's very rapid. And if you watched the stream yesterday, I was just constantly collecting triumphs, seasonal achievements, rank rewards. It was incredible. It was the fastest ever in any Destiny activity I've had over the years. And I'm wondering whether they streamlined this in order to attract many people in August, and then after that, to get people to buy the new chapter And also we need to see what the direction for the game is going to be, because at the end of the day they talked quite a bit that Destiny universe here will constantly be evolving, but we did see that Bungie have gone down the route of working on another PvP game, which is a standalone PvP game completely unrelated to Destiny, and that obviously makes us a bit worried. The question is also whether they will decide to create Destiny 3, which will be separate from what we've got here at the moment, and if they do so, that will be certainly seriously backtracking on all that's been said in view of the full integration of Destiny 1 and 2, strikes, raids, story missions, and everything else. But at the end of the day, things move on. Like we also move on, age-wise and life-wise, and things change. So the new technology, the new inventions, the new occurrences within the gaming community, they all can be affecting the way certain things operate. And obviously there could be very good intention, but at the same time, whether the game is to last, whether it will be persisting within its own present setup. Match to say that it is going to migrate to Destiny 3 and then leave this universe, because the universe is probably one of the most remarkable online gaming spaces ever created. I can't speak much about Elder Scrolls Online because I've heard that people are very happy about what's happening there as well. But again, even with that game, coming back to what our friend said, you will be getting a sort of a divided response. You will have people who are the veterans of Elder Scrolls on single-player games, consoles, PCs, you name it, who are absolutely excited. They think it's absolutely brilliant and they love it because the interactivity is different, it's a multiplayer. And I have to say, anytime I've gone to Elder Scrolls Online, anytime I walked to the plains, I went to some sort of town, I was immediately approached by any of the other multiplayer participants who were just literally strolling around immediately, and they all wanted me to join them. So that's really good, because that degree of interactivity is probably the highest I've experienced in any game ever. The other game that had this in the past was Diablo, but Diablo, the original on PC, didn't have that many participants overall compared to what we have today. 4 billion people play games today. Like in those days, in the late 90s, you were talking about, fewer than that, many fewer, I'd say. Yeah, so I think that I look forward to seeing what direction they'll take, and I'll have to be a bit patient because in August, towards the end of August, we'll have this major Destiny showcase, and that showcase is going to be telling us all about the future, and we'll be quite certain then on certain issues that we were discussing here within the community, or indeed what people had said on Reddit. The suspicion is that they'll migrate. The suspicion is that the game is becoming too expensive to run, and they don't have the revenue which is required for the maintenance of the service, and they will try to wrap up what is here and then maybe offer the old content that will be fully integrated instead of the new being introduced. So you'll have all the chapters and everything from Destiny 2, and then they'll start with a new standalone separate game, probably more than anything for the commercial reason, for the game to be attracting new buyers, new gamers. And I'm in two minds about that, because really there would be backtracking on what's been said, and if we all have been excited about one thing in particular, was this everlasting universe with new content being brought in, whether it has technical limitations, I'm not sure, I can't comment on, but I did see some alternatives and some changes since we've heard that all was to be integrated here with the Destiny universe of the sequel. I don't know, it's hard to tell, and I think I really began to worry when I saw that any more of the story missions from Destiny 1, and they also were I guess backtracking on the import of the other raids, because we thought all the raids from Destiny 1 will come in. So on the other hand, it may well be that the whole thing will take a bit more time. I don't know. Or they could create another forum that will be separate from this, which could be called Destiny Academy, Destiny Universe, Destiny World, for whatever reason, because we have some technological advances, and in this world of gaming, things are actually changing by the hour. So it's every hour that there's something else invented which is remarkable and then shared. And because the community shares, you see it literally in every developer. So, you know, remains to be seen. Our friend Sandman says, I'm downloading Wo Long Final Dynasty on Game Pass. Well, I can tell you one thing, that game is beautiful visually. It is like those Japanese period pieces, you know, with samurais and all the guys from the 15th, 16th century. It's beautiful. It's incredibly well done on the graphic side of things. Visually, it's mouth-watering, but they made it very, very difficult right at the beginning. And if you go to Reddit, you will see that the vast majority of people, like myself, who played it on day one, got stuck on that first boss. We just couldn't eliminate the first boss. Didn't matter what we've done, we just couldn't eliminate him. And then I've gone to Xbox podcasts, where in fact I missed out on a podcast which was I guess well, it wasn't really launched at the time of its release, because in it they talked about the difficulty with his first maybe they were doing pre-release test or something, but in any case, one of the top guys from the developer, he was giving some sort of advice on what one needs to do initially before coming in contact with his first boss. And what he had suggested was quite different to what I would have done. So I think I have to go back, restart the game, start from the beginning, and follow his advice. He was just saying it was important to explore the open world and level up the character, so that the character will have the skill tree leveled up to a certain degree. But you know, nobody did this because it's the game. You just literally at the very beginning of your journey, and there weren't that many activities for you to level up. I need to replay it, but I have to say that was, for me, that was disappointing. It was beautiful, but when I've seen so many people complain about the first boss, I knew that something was up, and they really make sure, because you know their thought was, if you really manage to crack the whole chapter or prologue and you get the boss, and then it'd be easier for you to play it later. Well, there will be lots of people departing from the games. It's no fun in the present day and age, you know, to have that sort of obstacle. You get games with all the options. You can set up the difficulty level, you know, according to your personal preference. And I think the guys who are in awe of the old games with hardcore level, which is applied to everyone, it's a huge risk. Obviously, you will have some people in the community who adore hardcore level, but that's a tiny, tiny little number. It's less than 1%, and 99% will be affected. Anyway, Wo Long Dynasty is a beautiful game. So when you come in, the music, the sounds, the environment, the villages, the characters, the weapons, the skill tree, incredible. It really is. And I love these Japanese period pieces, because they bring you back in history. And if you watch Akira Kurosawa's films, for instance, dedicated to that period of the country's history, then you just relive these films and everything you've seen there within a very interactive environment. And that's, if you're a fan of the films made in Hong Kong, you know, which were obviously martial arts films, and they made very many in the 70s and the 80s. It's just the best possible game, and it just literally looks and sounds really, really good. Right, so our friend Sandman is going to be cracking on with Wo Long, right? And you could see that we've not even started with Destiny 1 yet, because there was so much to talk about. A lot of our community-based content, which I was discussing with everyone, and obviously the biggest one of the two biggest events of the year was held last night, so we talked about it quite a bit, and that is the Summer Game Fest. So anyone interested, you can go to my Twitter and then have a look at the trailers and everything I described. You've heard about all the titles, but you know, like myself, you must have been oversaturated with the number of titles that I've given you. But I feel like that. I put everything in my notebook in here. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's like 8 pages full of information. It's really astonishing. And every single time they launch a major showcase, it's bigger, it's better, there is more. And you really wonder, you know, purely in terms of the law of physics, how much more can they actually cram in? And then all the complaints that the presentation wasn't good enough. Well, why? If you complained about Sony's presentation, well, that would be relevant because it's poor in every way. From the technical side of things, the way the presentation is done looks like 6 different trailers just glued up together without any AI talking to you. That'd be relevant. If they complained about the titles, well, that'd be relevant because they're also missing out on some titles that we were expecting. But for the event yesterday, I think it's just completely ill-conceived. And maybe there are people in there, in the gaming community, who actually don't like Jeff, and they want to be then throwing in all these rogue comments through rogue profiles. I can't think of anything else. I mean, anyone in a sane frame of mind would say, well, this is amazing. So, well, I'm not trying to persuade everyone to think that Jeff's amazing and that the event was really the best ever. Absolutely not. Obviously, you can have your own opinion. But I've seen complaints that come in, and I just find that they're ill-conceived. What more do you want when you hear of Final Fantasy to a mobile phone having a new chapter of the most beloved Final Fantasy game, the installment number 7, called Rebirth, having new seasons for Fortnite? You've got the a new experimental game coming from John Carpenter. You have Mortal Kombat coming in within the new environment, the new timeline. You have Path of Exile too, which is, I mean, people probably not familiar with Path of Exile if you're on console, but one of the most popular PC strategy games, tactical games, similar to, well, it's not the strategy tactics per se, but similar to Diablo in terms of what you're doing. And people just love the game. It's just absolutely amazing. And, having all the information come in, and Alan Wake too, the game that's been in production for more than 10 years. Then Crossfire virtual reality. If you like Warzone, well, you want to be stepping into that war-like environment with virtual reality. It will be completely overwhelming. I would not recommend it to everyone because, war is brutal and it means death, sweat, blood and tears, and you don't want that to be fully experienced if you are in your front room. But some people may want to play Resident Evil through virtual reality, and I can tell you I'm definitely not one of those. Alright, so a few more questions that I've had that would have come in. So the first question I answered, which was how have you become a streamer, and the other question was what is actually Gamers for Mental Health, because the person had seen the hashtag on Twitter, and they're not connected to this community, and they're just asking a question. Well, that's new, we've not seen this. Well, it's quite simple. It is basically a global movement amongst the gamers through which we want to be raising the profile of certain mental health issues in our community, and then helping the companies, the charities or institutions, in fact, that are providing professional services for those who are in the need, for those problems to be remedied, to be helped, to be moved forward in terms of how they're affecting the lives of those individuals. So that's the global movement, and I'm using it as a hashtag to connect with all the other gamers, particularly in America, that's in the United States, that are involved with fundraising, because they've done a tremendous amount of work in the US. As you know, the federal government does not have responsibility for such issues on the overall level of the country, and the individual private companies as well as some institutions were running many charitable campaigns, and I've seen gaming as a new type of social network with the forms of communication which are very important if you are trying to kind of move things forward with people's lives. And many of these types of approaches were integrated in psychological services in the US, and I've just read the other day a couple of papers that were written on it, and I'm astonished by the quality, by the advanced thinking and the application of it. So we are trying to do exactly the same. So on one hand, we want to have a forum which is all inclusive, friendly, and highly entertaining, providing high quality content, everyone coming in to play Destiny and other games if need be, to have fun, to have lots of good chats with other community members, high level of engagement. On the other hand, we want people to be aware of the issues that are affecting many members of our community that are basically linked to their mental health. So it's feeling under the weather, as we say it in England, finding that somebody has experienced difficulties in other areas of his or her life, like for instance at work, with family, with friends, with relationships, and they want some assistance and help, you know. And then obviously there are people who experience very serious emotional problems, and they've gone for the services like Mind. We want help, be it by coming here and talking to us and doing the various online gaming stream matches and activities together with us with our community, or we are going to be able to direct them to the right source in order to get further help, which is critical. You know, early intervention is critical when it comes to mental health. And remember that, anyone listening and watching, there are people who experience difficulties. They'll tell you, only if I've known of these services right at the start. Well, the services are there, and one needs to kind of raise the profile of the services for everyone to know where they are and to feel free to approach them. So that is altogether part and parcel of Gamers for Mental Health. Gaming in order to enhance the levels of communication, to get people together, to bring in everyone from our community, irrespective of the background and status and, you know, emotional health, to talk, to connect, to communicate, and then also to raise the profile of, well, first of all, to become aware of these issues and the presence in the gaming and other communities, as well as the profile of the charities that are providing services to help people who are in the need. So that's Gamers for Mental Health. What are your favorite games? Well, I think everyone here will tell you that Mass Effect is my favorite game, the trilogy, the favorite game of all times, and I just adore Mass Effect. I think it's a game that is unlikely to be surpassed because of its magnitude, complexity, for many years. if you are to ask me, excuse me, the Mass Effect Legendary Edition is probably one of remasters and complete games I ever would have come across. It is incredible, the volume of it, with all the DLCs, with remastering, the picture quality, the sounds. It's mouth-watering, particularly if you are the person who walked into the old Mass Effect trilogy community. Andromeda doesn't really fall into this equation. It's a game with huge potential that didn't really deliver, and also it had different characters and different narrative compared to the Commander Shepard saga, and I think a different team worked on it as well. Or there were some members who were different compared to the original. So Mass Effect is my favorite game of all times. Then next to it there is obviously Destiny, absolutely phenomenal in a different way. This is not a single player game to start with, and it provides us with so many opportunities to connect with other people. It's a community based game, and you know, it gives us so many different avenues through which we can connect with other gamers, with other new forums and new communities, and there is so much that we can actually do together. What I like about Destiny in particular is it's a game that requires a structure, a system which you will apply for every single session. So in order to complete certain tasks, this system needs to be in place. So for instance, collecting bounties and then completing them after certain missions, ranking up in terms of your seasonal content, getting the right mods, therefore enhancing your armor and weaponry. All of that is part and parcel of the system. I really like that, because I think methodical gaming is also ethical gaming, and once you are being disciplined in the way you play Destiny, you can then apply that discipline to other areas of your life. So that's critical, right? And that's hugely enhancing. It's a wonderful educational experience. So that's why I love Destiny. So yeah, Mass Effect and Destiny, I would say. I love these sort of space operas, you know. I mean, I've not played the recent Star Wars titles. I played Squadrons, which is a flying game, but not the big ones, like for instance the latest one that's come out and the one before. You know, there will be time for me to approach these games. I've got them on Game Pass, and I think I'm not sure 100% whether they're also on PlayStation streaming services, but I'll get to them as well. But you know, Mass Effect and Destiny, definitely my favorites. But I need to say, I'm an avid gamer who played God knows how many games over the years, you know, countless titles, and there are many other favorites. So I love, for instance, Elder Scrolls series. I love Dragon Age series. Dragon Age in particular because it's close to BioWare and, you know, the team that made Mass Effect. Then I have There we are. Constantly being booted by Bungie servers, which is what I really dislike. I do apologize. They really, they should detect, because we stream through Lightstream using overlays, there is a constant activity. I'm not using the service, I'm not in the game there with other players, so anyway, it keeps happening. So coming back to the game, so I love Elder Scrolls series, I love Dragon Age series, I like Fallout series, Gears of War series, all the heavyweights, the big ones. And each one of those series has something which is significantly different. If you were to be asked the last few years, the game that really grabbed me was The Outer Worlds. The Outer Worlds is very similar to Fallout in the structure, the gameplay, the concept, but it does have also a huge amount of difference. I think that the humor that you're getting in The Outer Worlds is better. It is more applicable to the wider community than sort of sarcastic undertones of particularly the early Fallout. So The Outer Worlds is a mixture of open world style with maybe elements of Destiny and Mass Effect to a degree that you have, and interactivity and the aura of the kind of whatever, the space travels and exploration of different planets. So that's really very, very good. Very highly recommended to everyone if you are a gamer. And Yakuza, for instance, I loved. I've not played the full trilogy, but I'm still grinding through it. Really, really good. And just the list goes on. I love, for instance, Warzone and PUBG as terrific multiplayer games. Warzone and Apex in particular, when it comes to community content and doing it to regular squads. Apex for very funny, enjoyable, likable, terrific cartoon style, graphic novel type characters. The list just goes on and on. And The Division, for instance, I forgot. It's a wonderful game, and particularly the sequel with so many different options. Again, beautifully built and executed. You have many different situations and options to play. Not quite similar to Destiny, but also there's the Dark Zone, the section of The Division where you do PvP and PvE together. So you're being kept on your toes. You loot and shoot. You look for various clips, audio and video from various buildings in the city, and then you kind of patch things together with a story. It's just great. Ubisoft, as the publisher and developer, is one of my favorite firms. Assassin's Creed series, and then you have Splinter Cell series, then you have Far Cry series, the big ones, then you have Ghost Recon, which I really like. So the list just goes on and on. It's just hard to tell. I can certainly say that in terms of my personal favorites, the games that I really kind of treasure, not just because of like something quite simplistic. These are really Mass Effect and Destiny, and both games have a massive community attached to them. It's interesting because Mass Effect was not a game that was delivered within a kind of massive multiplayer online environment, single player game, but still the community in there is phenomenally big. And if you are to access any Mass Effect streams, you will see that always, every single day, lots of people come in and talk and connect. So it's huge expectation about Mass Effect 5 that is currently being made, and I'm a bit disappointed that there was nothing said about it yesterday during the Game Fest, but they were really looking at the games that are being released within the next kind of 3 to 6 months, and I think Mass Effect will have a target within the next couple of years. So likely to see some of that in due course with some other showcase event, and maybe BioWare will do their own. I don't know, we'll see, but very, very excited about it. Question number 4. We have lots of community-based content today, right? As all this came in overnight, and I guess people must have watched some of our activities from yesterday on playback, because I did see one of those was attracting, well, one of the recent betas was attracting a lot of views, and so that's quite good. I'm very happy to see that we're able to connect outside of the actual live stream. It's funny, just to elaborate. People have asked me, what's the difference? It's not a question from the community, just generally. What's the difference between podcasts that you pre-record with interviews and chats and all this, and when you do something live? Well, the difference is massive. When I talk live, I talk off the top of my head, right? So it is exactly as it comes into my head. There's no any. I have a plan sometimes. I'll write up a few major points, like a chart, on paper, in order to know what we are going to be following. It's delivered at that moment, like any live event out there. It's interactive, so anybody watching and listening can be interacting and can be talking to us and communicating at any moment in time. And interestingly, if you are talking about, let's say, Summer Game Fest, today we didn't have any participants, but sometimes we'd have like 20-30 people communicating. They'll ask their own questions, because guess what, somebody event, other person had missed it, and the questions will come from different angles. The one who missed it wants to know what's the best, what the most incredible trailers, that the one who watched it will give you their own rundown on what they've seen and how things were. And I think that is fantastic, because that is your pure interactivity, and then they can come up with some statements and questions that will bring up other subjects, and they will connect that with other community members also watching and listening. So it becomes a major interactive activity that is full of questions and very interesting, similar to what you have in public lectures. The only difference is that this sort of forum makes it public lectures. You have the lecturer, there, standing stage at the lectern, and they will be delivering the speech. They will be giving you a lecture, and then afterwards there'll be Q&As in a limited quantity. So they will be interactive. There'll be interesting things said, but it's not continuous. I think this is as to why I really love these forums, where you can really do things together and communicate at the same time as something is being performed. Most notably here, it is either me talking and delivering sort of introductions and various other rundowns on the current activities in the world of gaming and our community, or actually doing the game with somebody, like what I've done yesterday with Sakapupu, and then initially by myself. So, what are the best moments you've had with your community here on your channel, was another question, and that came in from one of our regular community members. Well, to tell you the truth, it's very difficult to single out one or even a few, because we've had so many, and generally my experience of my community has been absolutely fantastic. It's been really one of the most rewarding, the most interactive experiences I've ever had. And make no mistake, I had been involved in the past with many other interactive forums in real life, like on site, with several industries, with several sectors of our kind of public services and life overall. And I found all of those to be great and encouraging and satisfying. But what I had here had surpassed every other, because it's global. We have people coming in from. They can come in at any time. They bring in their own ideas, their own perspective on life, their own experience of gaming, and that's so rewarding. So I'd say the whole opportunity to be able to connect with others, to run forums in which we communicate and connect, interact, has been the overall highlight. I told you earlier, in response to the first question about why did you become a streamer, it was an experiment. And because it turned out to be so interesting and so great, I carried on with it. And it had stayed with me right from the beginning. And I have to say, during the period when I stopped streaming, I really missed it. Like, you wake up, you think, we're going to have this stream at that time. Well, what are my community members going to do? What are we going to be doing? It becomes like a way of life. And the best thing about it is, if you do in your life what you enjoy doing the best, you don't feel like you actually do any work anywhere. You just walk through life, you do things which you love doing, and if that is obviously your occupation, your profession, you're satisfied, you're happy, you don't have these additional stresses, like for instance people grabbing 1 liter of coffee every morning 6 o'clock a.m, going to work, commuting, and then going to the place which they absolutely detest. But They've got to be there in order to pay the bills, to earn money, to support their families. But they absolutely hate it. It's a huge contrast. It's a huge difference, because if you are doing what you love doing and you can make that a profession, or you can do this as your major work or line of work for most of your life, well, you know, life's good. The positivity, the energy, and everything else that you get is certainly going to be on a much higher, much greater level to what you would get if you were hating the work and hating the place where you need to be every single day just to be able to pay your bills. So, you know, having that opportunity, I think the world of streaming is still fairly new. It is still fairly underdeveloped. We are right at the beginning. It's been around for what, 7-8 years. If we are talking about a greater number of people, greater numbers of people involved, and that itself will. So we'll have many more benefits in the future, and I think it will give us an opportunity to do very, very good things for our communities and for our people, you know, locally, regionally, nationally, and internationally. So that is brilliant. Anyway, so that for me, the opportunity to do that is the biggest highlight. Okay, but the other thing, if we were talking about the biggest achievement in here was to be able to support people who are vulnerable, people who are experiencing some form of difficulty, be it physical or emotional, and make them fully engage with our community. So that's fantastic, and I've had quite a number of people doing that, so I'm really, really happy with that, which means what we did here through our social networking and connections created the difference. That's fantastic. And if I'm to single out like one specific activity that really made me extremely happy, well, that was during the time of the pandemic. We were running Destiny and Warzone streams in here. Warzone, in fact, at the time, I'm not surprised by it, because, you know, battling against a disease is a battle. It's like a war, and Destiny will not have that degree of severity compared to a proper military simulation environment. So it's not surprising that people jumped on Warzone. And incidentally, the game was released in 2020, and it was just prior to the pandemic. They released it in, I think it was February of 2020, and I had quite a large community attached to it right from the start, because I played the game right from the beginning, day one, in fact. Very curious, because I wanted to compare Warzone with PUBG that I previously played on my tablet. Warzone will run during the pandemic as an anti-COVID group, or you could say COVID Protection Force group, or COVID group. And we wanted to really provide space and time for anyone and everyone who's experiencing isolation, alienation, loneliness, you know, due to the lockdown, to be with us and have fun. And what we did have was an enormous amount of fun. So all of our participants, all of our regulars, were there every single day to do exactly the same. And they never felt alone. They actually longed to join that session at that part of the day every single day. It was easy initially because everyone was at home due to the lockdown. People sort of trickle back to work. They would come at a certain time. They actually agree the timing for the sessions. And the support received of the greatest peril, the greatest threat that humanity faced for so many years, and on an international, like a major scale, had been very greatly appreciated. It was very rewarding, and it brought me a huge amount of joy, because I could see that the participants were dependent on our regular sessions, and we talked about literally everything. I can't think of anything that wasn't being spoken. That was really remarkable, and that is what is going to stay with me and our members forever. Because don't forget, for many people being threatened by lockdown and COVID pandemic and coronavirus was one of the greatest threats, particularly in the developed world, that they would have faced in their lifetime. And then, you know, like when you have war, you still can go out, you still can, you know, try and do certain things, and you at any minute, because guess what, the war is taking place, but it's not literally there in time. But the pandemic was like a massive big assault on everyone from everywhere at all times, wherever you were. And that was incredibly frightening for many people. So, you know, it did affect people's mental health. There were people coming in here who were experiencing severe difficulties due to the lockdown and the fears. And, you know, we tried to help and remedy as much as we could. As I said, within our community, we had this opportunity to support through the regulars and the members who were always there to help others. And that, for me, certainly would have been the absolute highlight of what we've done here on the channel. In addition to all we did here with our Destiny World and the support given to people who were vulnerable or suffering from some form of difficulty or disability literally throughout the year. So it's, you know, I'm sort of I've given you a long-winded answer. It's not really just like one thing. So it's like several tiers in there, but all of that is basically part and parcel of this wonderful experience. And I'm just really grateful, you know, I'm humbled that I've been able to do that and changed my life. And I'm certainly hoping that what we do here can also change other people's lives for the better. The last question is probably the most important, the most significant in view of the changes here on the channel. And the question would have come from somebody who's watched the channel, and he didn't actually put his name there, so I'm not sure who that was, but it just came in. Sometimes it's difficult to identify now with gamer tags. And he asked, how does fundraising work? He's referring to the charitable fundraising. To be involved. Well, and thank you very much for your mail. Obviously, you've written it in a way which is fairly anonymous, so you need to ping me a message, DM me, direct message me, right? Private message me with your details, and I'll send you the information which will provide you with all the answers, how you can become involved with any charitable fundraising, not just the one we are doing at the moment for the Mine UK charity. How does it work? Well, I can tell you, out there in the community, people get connected to a particular charity and then they go for fundraising. So they have tins, they collect money out on the street, or they run specific events which are fundraising events, you know, with some lectures or some activities. Could be a fundraising event like a music gig, like music event, live music, or could be theatre, and then all the proceeds will go directly to that particular charity. There are also public events which will be providing lectures for those who are providing a substantial amount of revenue to become patrons of a particular charity, and then obviously the lectures will be focusing on what that charity does or what they've been doing over a longer period of time, various participants, and ways to which the funds are raised. The way to do it is to get connected to that charity, get connected to the department that deals with charitable fundraising. Don't forget, in Britain we have Charity Commission that basically monitors everything, all the activities which are charity related. It's all fair, square, proper and legit, and that's the way to do it if you want to be involved physically in life out there. So that's the traditional way of raising funds. That's the way things have been over the years, right? What we're doing here is reasonably new, and this is using our gaming community in order to generate funds for a charity. So I've started out on Mind, but there are other charities like National Autistic Society, Epilepsy Scotland, Great Ormond Street Hospital, Shelter and St Jude's. These are the charities I've singled out as the ones I wish to personally support by raising the profile, getting the donors, making sure they provide certain revenue, and all of that, albeit here present on my channel, goes through Tiltify. So Tiltify is the company that you, if you want to be raising funds through online forums, you need to be involved with. They developed a very good interactive system which is very close to what we do in gaming, so it's got a similar type of framework, and you can, through Tiltify, get to know all about the different ways, the most state-of-the-art, most modern ways of raising funds online. So if you're interested, I can send you all the information, which is what I've got. If you want to quickly find out, you can just click on the link which I have, and that is my charitable fundraising page, and you have the information on the charity, information on Tiltify, the platform that I'm using, myself as a fundraiser and the person who is involved with the channel here, and all other additional information, as well as the links to other resources. So that is a very good way of finding out. I can give you some tips if you want to contact me on Skype elsewhere. Obviously, we can discuss in depth. But there's two different ways. As I said, the old style is being involved directly with a particular charity and doing it in public, be it by shaking tins and collecting, or attending certain events which are fundraising events. I've been to loads of, for instance, Royal Galas, which were supporting the charities that got Royals, the Royals, in the patronage. And I remember, for instance, going and seeing Cold Mountain, Anthony Minghella film with Jude Law and Nicole Kidman, Renée Zellweger, and that was also supporting, I'm not exactly sure what charity it was, but it was a fantastic event, with the Royals in attendance, and the money being donated and raised through the screening of the film, and it's wonderful. Anyway, that's the old way, being connected with charity and doing it in the ways which have been obviously present there for many years. The other is doing it online, doing it for Tiltify, being connected to gaming communities or any other community. In fact, you can be charitably raising funds through Instagram, and they have quite a selection which can be used for every single one of your postings. So different ways in which you can approach this, but what we are doing here is to Tiltify, so you can contact either myself personally or Tiltify in order to get further tips. Once connected, you have to register. You need all the details and everything, because obviously this is a legit, legal way of raising funds for that charity. It doesn't matter whether you raise nil or several £1,000s. And then you take it from there, and then that charity will support you with their tax, with their advice, with their assistance, with everything that indeed is there present for you. And the capacity to market the fundraising campaign online is phenomenal. So it's much greater, it's much more diverse compared to what is being seen in life if you were doing it on site. If you get involved, make a platform for something that will come across as automated or spamming. There needs to be always a posting with some genuine personalized comment and view, and these will attract a lot more interest. So I can tell you, for instance, when I put tell you that actually straight away, the one which is on Twitter, I've got one major posting there. Bear with me, I need to just get it up and running. I'll be able to tell you exactly. There we are, got it. And then we'll go to profile. You go to my Twitter profile, you can have a look. I have one pinned tweet, right? So that is the tweet that I posted on the day when the campaign started. Remained, at the very top. On my channel is for Mind Charity. They save lives. Your contributions will make a world of difference. And then you have hashtags: Twitch, Bungie, Destiny 1, Destiny 2, Mind UK, Twitch streams, Gamers for Charities, Gamers for Mental Health, Gamers for Mind, DLB Miller, and then you have the link, Tiltify link. You click on that, you get all the information on everything I just described. And there's a picture of me looking at the city as Hunter and then gathering my thoughts. So the picture actually had attracted a lot of interest, which was, very interesting, because the picture looks sort of thoughtful. You are considering whether you want to do it or not, and how far you want to take it, etc., etc. So that's the picture of me within the game when I'm sort of deciding whether I'm gonna do another battle, we do another strike, or we are actually wrapping it up. It's always at the same place, which is up front near the railings, and you're looking at the city. So that tweet, which was launched 5 days ago, so that would have been, let me think, on Sunday, did attract a lot of interest. So we've had 605 people interacting with the posting, we've had about 170 engagements with links and hashtags and everything else, which means the posting was indeed very, very interactive. It was bringing in new people who, excuse me, just bear with me a second to drink something. The posting was attracting a lot of individuals who want to find out more about the campaign. So that was great. And also in response to this, I had messages from Mind who were responding to this particular posting, and also they've been in contact of the week about other streams and more we've been doing in here, which is astonishing considering this is just a beta. You know, with beta we're testing the new layout, the new system, the game audio, the game picture quality. We're testing the new system for charitable fundraising, for the comms, everything that actually had in the meantime. So it's just a technical test already gathering that degree of interest. So, you know, once we get to the regular streams, it will be obviously much bigger, and I'm very, very happy and very encouraged by what I've seen. So going back to our friend, if you want to do it, just ping us a message. I'll give you all the details in addition to what I already described. And as I said, the two ways of doing it is one, by going directly to a specific charity, and you will choose what charity you want to support, or by going to Tiltify and then subscribing to the support of one charity or several, as it goes, that are on offer. I need to tell you, because I'm not sure whether in Britain the list available for Tiltify in the US is much greater than the ones based in the UK, and the reason for that is simple. Our charities have not had enough time, or they're not put enough effort in connecting with Tiltify, but they will do in due course, because the last time I looked, which was about 18 months ago, there weren't as many UK charities, so it was actually fantastic to see that many had joined. And I'm certainly hoping that the National Society for Epilepsy, or Schizophrenia Society, will actually join, beg your pardon, it's not called society, that they will join the group of charities that can be then attracting fundraisers, because that will bring them a tremendous amount of benefit, particularly in terms of the PR. Because if you do the PR with the regular postings on Instagram, Twitter, Discord and Facebook, you are going to be raising that profile because it comes from a person. And I know lots of these companies are offering a number of automated services, but just make sure that you're not doing anything automated. You must make your own postings which are telling people what you're doing that feel personal. That's critical. The automated postings will be delivered everywhere, and they will be done at all times. But most people will not even look at them. They just, block. They'll delete because they hate anything which is automated. There are reasons as to why we've got to have this, but I don't like, for instance, the promotions I'm getting on Twitter. Constantly I'm getting some promotions which are completely ill-conceived and not connected to the nature of the channel. What can I do? Disconnect, block. So, that's what you do. So, coming back to it, any form of postings related to charitable campaigns have got to be linked with something personal and something that is of huge significance. Hope I answered all the questions. As you could see, these questions were here for us to. Sorry, I was just receiving another message here. I would say that these questions had arrived overnight, and I'm very glad that people watched some of our streams, both live and on playback. And just keep them coming. I'm very happy to see and hear that this is exactly how things are. Well, so I've talked for more than 2 hours here. That's all based on our almost 3 hours. All of that is connected to our community and the questions we've received. In addition to that, we've had this major game festival, Summer Game Fest, yesterday, done by Jeff Keighley and his team, which is one of the two biggest events of the year. So obviously we spent quite some time looking at what's going to be coming our way and wanting to make our community members and followers more knowledgeable on the most exciting discoveries that indeed were given to us last night. Now we are going to be going and doing the activity that we all love the best, and that is gaming here in Destiny. Before I do that, I will post a couple of links in here. And the first one, as I talked at length about the fundraising, the charity I'm supporting at the moment here to the channel is Mind Charity, or I should say Mind UK, and this is a charity for mental health problems and a variety of different difficulties related to their emotional health. So if you are interested in being involved, if you wish to be involved, if you want to be raise the profile of the campaign, or want to get acquainted with the charity, or indeed if you want to be donating and contributing financially, you can do so on the link which I will just be posting. So just bear with me a second, I'll get the link up and running and then to access that. So this is the link, and what I've written is in view of all that I just described in response to one of our community members' questions, is if you wish to support Mind Charity, you can do so here. You can get all the information on Tiltify, on myself, on Mind, on everything fundraising related when you click on this link. The link is just here on the chat. And then the other thing, which I forgot to mention, and I keep forgetting it, is that if you are a regular community member, or if you're a rookie, or if you are somebody who wants to learn more about Destiny, and if you like what you see here, if you appreciate both myself as a broadcaster and our community of gamers here on the channel, then you can donate in order to support us. Again, this is purely non-profit, it is purely charitable, because you want to support the community to grow, and you want to enable this channel to be paying off the bills and everything else which are attached to broadcasting. Then you can also donate in order to support myself personally. So let me just put that link in there as well. That's completely separate. They've got no bearing upon one another. They've got no connection, because one is supporting Mind, the charity which is out there helping people with mental health difficulties, and the other is supporting this channel and this forum. So it's two separate things. Both are charitable, they're non-profit, they're donations, they are for the good causes, so there's no any form of commercial element involved at any stage anywhere, which is what this channel will never be supporting. So let's make sure that everyone's clear about that. Let me just put a link in here as well. So what I've written is, see here on the channel, and also enjoy our chats and community participation, you can support us by clicking here. And then you have that link which is taking to Stream Elements and the tips. You can decide whatever you wish to tip, however small or big, and all of that will be appreciated. The same thing applies to the charitable fundraising. For Mind, you can decide what amount you want to be giving. Could be as little as 1 pence. If you can spare 1 pence for the charity and support Mind, it will be fantastically well appreciated. And don't forget, by doing so, you are going to be helping the charity to save lives. You become an active participant in the process of saving lives as a donor, as a contributor, and that will make you feel very, very good on the inside, because guess what? You're doing something which is a really valuable, something that is like a good deed, and doing good deeds always brings other rewards in one's own life as we go along. So anyway, these are the things I wanted to say. Obviously fairly lengthy. We've not played the game as yet, but we are going to be commencing with some Destiny gameplay immediately. So before that, I need to nip out for 30 seconds, and then I'll be back. We'll carry on with our Destiny game. So just bear with us. Be back very shortly. Alright my friends, let's just crack on with some fierce action here in Destiny. We need to decide whether to do Seavus or maybe we'll go back to the Nightfall that we were doing yesterday. I think probably strikes today for the variety, because yesterday we spent some time really grinding. It was really good fun, but we want to have a variety here on offer, so certainly doing some strikes will be a good addition to the overall activities that we have here on the channel. And I have to say that it's for the first time ever that I completed a Nightfall strike all by myself, which tells me that my internet speed is actually quite good, a lot better compared to what I had in the past. So I'm definitely pleased, and definitely look forward to capitalizing on it, because you've seen with my previous streams, like with Apex and Warzone, I'm absolutely tip top with sharpshooting, sniper shots, and I get my snipe out, bang, no damage, bang, no damage, 6 shots at a target, no damage. So you know, really, really odd. What is going on? Why can't I go there? I think yesterday, you remember that? We kept getting that error message. I mean, ultimately we don't really need any bounties, but try to get back there again. I don't think what could be causing it. I don't think I've got anything in inventory that could be causing this fault. Not sure. Let me see, inventory. There are still some bounties from yesterday to be filled. Vanguard, that's Seavus. Okay. Instead of wasting time, we can just go directly to the Seavus. Okay, that's a good setup. Happy with it. Try this once more. Not certain what's causing it. We had exactly the same problem yesterday. As I completed the Nightfall strike, I couldn't get back to the tower. So let us see whether we are going to be able to get in. Beaver. I want to see what this is. I don't know what this is. You have to bear with me. I need to find out what the error is, because I've heard yesterday on Reddit that there were some problems with Bungie servers, so I'm not sure what's going on and why that's happening. So it says something to do with our connectivity to the network, right? Actually, that's very recent. That's been published June the 8th. So we are getting these errors since yesterday. So what do we need to do? So that's brand new. That's not been happening. You know, you've seen yesterday we were able to go to the tower at any time. So it must have been. In fact, Bungie acknowledged this issue, stated their official Twitter account they're working on to fix the patch these errors. Meanwhile, our Destiny 2 guide provides a quick rundown of all the potential methods to fix the Destiny 2 and Plum and Beaver error codes. Okay. Bungie has an anti-cheat software called BattlEye that works for Destiny 2. But that's not Destiny 2, I want Destiny 1. Something to do with the IP. But apparently it's been happening yesterday on Destiny 2 as well, so I don't know what. No idea. Let's try getting into the Vanguard without bothering about. Because it's happening at the tower in here, it seems to be working fine, right? Weird.
The Taken King is dead. Yet still his armies writhe and claw at our worlds. Even as we led the assault on the Dreadnought, a powerful Taken war beast fled for the safety of the shrine to Oryx. The would-be Prince Malak works to perfect a dark sorcery. He must be destroyed.
Well, this worked, so you could see it's a glitch on the game, so nothing I can do. Oh, he's got the relic. Okay. He's gonna explode on me. I knew that. Well, thank you. It's just one chap. I thought there were two. No, two of them, okay. Look at this. Bits of ammunition. I wish I could pick it all up. Sandman says, I'm loving Destiny 2. I missed my Void Titan. Well, I keep getting this error message. You've seen that, Beaver, and apparently there is the same problem on Destiny 2 since yesterday. So I don't know what's going on. No idea what's causing it. But actually, the error message was popping up as we were entering the tower.
They go. Just
So
one of the agonies of their existence. Malak has begun to control that blight, empowering it at his command.
I'm not getting it for these other activities, thankfully. Ah, you got him already. No time for me to be firing. I don't know. The wizard is gone.
The taken power twists, shapes. The average thrall does not live long enough to see its frame reformed.
What's good to see is that our friends were able to join us so early, because yesterday it was so difficult to get anyone. You remember, it was just like literally me, everywhere. No matchmaking of any sort. There's a blight in there. More ammunition. That's pretty good. Yeah, caught me. That's all sorted. Well, as a team, we're working really well. Getting through it rapidly.
The blight will drain your strength, your speed. Do not let Malak dominate this shrine.
Oh, we are there already. That's very close. Very quick. So you can see our friends are well prepared for the strike. Ah, somebody else. That was quick. He's already gone. That was really rapid. Oh, he's not gone. I thought he was. Thank you. Try to eliminate as many as possible in there. In this strike, it's always the best to be just waiting in the middle there, in the middle section, because the enemies come in loads and loads of numbers. Very large numbers, I mean. I'll revive our friend as well, because he was very friendly.
We've taken back the shrine from the Taken. That they took through taking.
Mission complete.
Channel Taken energy here. The blight
Skeleton key I do not have.
And Oryx's shrine will quiet. That is my dream, Guardian. That one day the moon will lie dead and still, like the tomb it is.
Need to change the Z modes, they're not really all that good. Hardly anything I achieved here. Stay here for another match. But the emotes I need to change, I don't like the ones I've got. Let me see, preview. Go back in straight away, I think. Yeah, we'll stay there for another lot.
The Splicer's High Priest has crews pushing further underground in the Plaguelands. Looks like a large-scale mobilization against a hive nest.
An army of Hive controlled by the Splicers would be the end of old Russia.
Could be the end of everything. The Devils are evolving. Neutralize them before this goes any further, Guardian.
The Devils are evolving? Oh, that's not fun, is it? Eliminate them all. I think our friend Sandman's enjoying his Titan, right?
All right.
Destiny 2. Fantastic, that's what we want to see. And also, if you look at the picture quality on Series S, which you just acquired, it's so much better and so much superior to Xbox One.
Noted. Picking up several concentrated SIVA nodes ahead.
Well, there weren't any mini bosses or any other dangerous enemies down here, so.
They've got the inner doors sealed tight. If you want to get inside, you'll need to find and destroy those SIVA nodes.
I pinpointed another SIVA node.
Yeah, how am I to get to the enemies if They all eliminated even before I got there. That's weird.
Picking up one more node. Let's go get it.
Got no ammunition on the heavy.
That's the last node. Security protocols are clear and hackable.
Push forward, Guardian.
Push forward, Guardian.
Looks like the Hive aren't giving up on this territory without a fight.
Doesn't matter. Go through them.
I'm pinging new SIVA energy.
You could tell how
sites
these
below.
chaps have done this
Multiple
strike like a million
nodes, all
times.
powering another barrier.
They know
I
absolutely
can't narrow down
everything
their
about it.
locations. The readings are too sporadic.
That's what you call
You know
proper
what to do, Guardian.
Destiny
Find
veterans.
those nodes, unload on them, and keep moving.
And you'll get people who will always treasure the activities in the original game compared to the sequel.
It's hard to get a clean reading down here. Keep moving. The closer we get to each node, the easier they are to match.
Supercharged. Ah.
All right, still getting strong SIVA readings. There must be another node.
Can't be jumping because the gas. Hate the
Looks
gas.
like the splicers have taken this hatchery. The Hive bioorganic architecture is still intact, but there are microbursts of SIVA activity all around us.
Used to be the Fallen would attack for resources, for survival, revenge. To invade a hive nest like this, SIVA's changed them.
Forget that I can't grapple in there. Primary streak I managed to get on. Okay, friend got him. And now we get to the exciting bit. Spin, spin. You know the song, Spin Me Like a Record. He died recently. The chap was singing this, sadly.
You're all that stands between the Splicer's High Priest and whatever mad science he's cooking up down there. End this.
That did it. No idea what those nodes were protecting, but the barrier's down.
Pick up some ammunition.
This
My
doesn't look good.
friend got whacked in there.
Did you find the High Priest?
Hello, friends. Thank you.
Let's get a closer look at that thing. That ogre is... Well, that's disgusting.
More where that came from if the High Priest isn't removed.
It
from the
is
field.
disgusting. Better get away. Ah, no, I just forgot about how close I was to him. I thought I could just walk through his legs. Guess what, it didn't work. Well done, thank you. That's the spirit. I need to get away from... oh, Shanks. I couldn't get the second spin on him, which is regrettable. Our friend Sandman says, I was power at 1600, I went into 1610 mission and destroyed it. Have a void build where I can nearly clear a room of ants with my melee grenades. So I need to reread this again because I was just watching the screen here and then I tried to read and answer this. That silly ogre got me again. It's too tricky. You see, this is what you call dying with valor. Because he was trying to revive me and he knew it was difficult, he still tried it. So I really appreciate it, friends. Girls! To revive our friends. Got him! Got him! Got him! Cool!
What a mess. The High Priest wasn't looking to build a hive slave army. He was just removing their body parts to be joined with Siva.
Bioengineering's become the Splicer's main MO. We're lucky to have dropped their High Priest before he could perfect any of his madness, but it's gotta make you wonder. What other perversions are they planning?
What are the perversions that they're planning? That's a good question. What are the perversions they're planning? Alright, I don't really need any of the loot or anything. Haven't got any skeleton keys. Our friend said, I was past 1600. I went into the 1610 mission, destroyed it. I have a void build where I can nearly clear a room of ants with my melee and grenade. That sounds good. You're going to be leveling up massively. I've gone up the ladder really with my hunter. Both Sekapupa and myself, we weren't really 1700 or anything like this. But there were some really we've gone into that mission, what was it, you know, the replay mission yesterday, and we've gone for the legendary difficulty and we were sort of under leveled by about 30 or 40 points, and then it was too difficult, we just had to bail, go back to the ordinary because, you know, it's just too difficult.
Those fallen in the Ishtar sink on Venus? Story is they raided the prison of elders in the reef. Got an Archon priest. The Queen's bounty is high, so we know it's powerful. We need to hunt this thing down before they fully restore its soul.
It won't take them long to restore the Archon Priest's soul. We'd better head for the caves.
Yeah, they're speed running it, the chaps. Cold B, what is this now? Why am I being kicked out? That's annoying. So how long is this going to last? That's the question. What is going on? Look at it. Loading and loading and loading. I need some ammunition, so that's right, pick it up. That worked well. We go in here. Oh, what is going on? No special ammunition. So dark in here, I can't see a thing. I didn't see anything in there, so dark. This is what I hated about the cursors in Destiny 1. They're always glitched. They're not giving you the okay, I'll bring them in. They're not giving us the right direction. Our friend's asking us whether we want to do some strikes on Destiny 2. Maybe a bit later, because I really want to you know, get Destiny 1 off the ground as well here. I'll try to connect a bit later, so bear with us, we'll get there. After I completed the strike, I'll migrate, so just bear with us. There'll be a bit of time, and then we can do anything, I guess. Well, we'll choose whatever is there, because on PlayStation I don't have the full content, you know. Oh, you got me so easy. That's terrible.
We'll need to get through. I'll check it out. It's lockdown time. Just give me some time.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Where was he? I didn't see him.
Okay, it's open.
Oh, it's open. Okay, we can go there then. What's happened to him? Hang on, I'll bring it back. Oh, you've... Alright, hang on. I'll go there, but just... give us a second. There you are. Huh. No worries. What is going on? I don't know what was going on in there. I didn't see the enemy at all. Thank you. Not sure where he came from, I didn't see him. That resolved the problem. Can't go up there, look at that. Oh, you got it. Okay. So that worked alright.
I was sure that the Archon Priest was taken incoming. Get ready.
Well, there you are. It's big enough. Ah, he literally jumped on it. You see that? He just fell on me. Thank you. Can't go up there. Oh, you got this, okay. So many popped up just behind me, didn't see any of them. Oh, he's up there. Okay. He got me. He got me. He's a bit strong. We need to really hit him with rocket launchers. So put my rocket launcher on. Hangar of Kreuter. Yeah, that's not going to work, friends. Yeah, I don't have any rockets. How was he able to avoid me? What is going on? Oh, go away. I just didn't manage to fire off my rockets. Thank you. It's crazy. Where is he now? I don't see him. The rocket was not launched. Our friend needs to provide us with some support, this Marauder. You need to help your guardians, you know? Res, revive. Because we are just reviving each other all the time, but you're not coming in. Just waiting in there safely, you know? It's not very sporty. Where's the boss? Oh, he's not there, that's not him. Where is he?
I'll contact the Vanguard and let them know what happened. The Fallen found the prison.
Didn't see where the boss was.
Found the Fallen. Too bad for them. The Archon priest was better off in the prison.
Alright friends, so I think what we'll do is we'll migrate to Destiny 2. We have two of our friends wanted to come in, I think. Did I get anything? Not all that much. Okay, we'll leave the matchmaking. We'll try to do some admin quickly. Let's see whether I'll be able to get into the tower, because previously I couldn't. And then we'll be migrating to the sequel. We'll go to Destiny 2. We'll have some activities there. Strikes, maybe anything else, whatever is out there. Plenty of different tasks. I picked up some tasks and quests from Ikora yesterday, which I can be doing as well. Destiny 1 is always a very good warm-up. Is Sekapupu there at all? If you are, then you can join us. Just tell us whether you are, because I know sometimes you're watching and you don't say anything. Yeah. See? Not allowing me to go to the tower. Well, my friends, I think what we'll do is we'll just migrate to Destiny 2. So if anyone's watching and anybody wants to participate, just stay on the channel, and I can't really switch from one game to the other within the same broadcast. That's the way it is on consoles. You can't just do that. On PC we'll be able to do it. So once I resume with the stream, which is going to be in 30 seconds, we'll go to the sequel, Destiny 2, and we'll do some activities there. So our friend Sandman is going to join us, maybe Sekapupu as well if he's there. Let me just ask him whether he wants to join us. Bear with us. So once again, I want to say to all of our friends, well, thanks for being here with us today and for watching Destiny 1. We are now going to be migrating to Destiny 2 very shortly, within the next couple of minutes, and then we'll have hopefully Sandman and Sekapupu joining us. So we'll carry on. Just like I said, we'll have one big Destiny universe here on the channel. We'll swing from one to the other with ease, and then crack on with any activity that is there coming out of our community membership and our participants. So just like I said earlier, we are running a charitable fundraiser in here, and if you're interested, you can obviously contribute either by publicizing certain news about Mind UK or raising the profile of the charity through your Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Reddit and all the other social networking platforms. And also, if you wish to donate, you certainly can, and I'll just send you a link right now so you'll be able to see further information, and very easy to use. Just click on the charity, get all the information about them, click on myself, get all the information on the channel, and then also on the Tiltify. The Tiltify is a platform that's making it possible for us to be raising funds for Mind UK. So anyway, the link is going to be coming your way straight away, so just bear with me. I need to send it. So these are the links that tell you that you can support Mind through Tiltify, i.e. through my channel, or you can support myself and this, just a minute, and this channel through donations. So if you like what you see, if you enjoyed our chats and our community activity here, you can just simply donate as well by pressing the other link, which I'm going to be posting very shortly. There it is. And just make sure that you're clear in your mind. This is all charitable. One lot of donations, they go to Tiltify, and they will be then given to Mind directly, however great or small. And the other is simply the link to support the channel. They call it tipping, they call it buy us a coffee, or anything else. As I said, even 1 pence will be very, very greatly appreciated by either of us. And just make sure that you know, when you are clicking the links, you're entering the right details and everything else. And most importantly, if you want to get to know more about the charities and also about the fundraising campaign, you can just simply get all the information from the link. Of course, if you wish to be involved, if you want to ask any questions, just ping me a direct message. I'll be always here to answer whatever questions you may have. Otherwise, the links are providing you with some details, and they're very self-explanatory. As I said, you can adjust whatever you wish to do there accordingly, however small or great this might be. So the time now is for us to migrate to Destiny 2. So stay with us. I'll just change the games and I'll come back to the broadcast.